Hi there, just a quick content warning before we get into today's VOD and things. There are some pretty serious and heavy topics that get discussed throughout this, with the game and everything, so if you are not someone who is particularly keen on seeing or hearing discussions of any of this stuff, by all means, VOD is not something you necessarily want to go through. Just wanted to put that out there so it doesn't come as a shock or potentially concern to anyone. But if you're okay with that and things, then, well, we hope you enjoy the VOD. Well, salutations, good morning, good afternoon, and or good evening, wherever you may find yourself orientated within this universe, and welcome back to another broadcast. We hope you find yourselves well, and if not, we hope whatever is ailing you is easily fixable, and if not, well, then we hope we can offer you some entertainment in these more trying of times. We are back after Friday and the absolute fucking hell that was existing through that mandated stuff that we had to do, shall we say. Obligations and such were fun and things, but enough of that. They kind of don't matter for you lot at all. Well, they never matter for you lot anyway, but they don't matter anymore now. We're moving past those, and we are back for some more fun with Professor Layton and Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I want to say Professor Layton and the Ace Attorney as if that was the title of the thing. but yes, that is what we're going to be getting into and things. So let me just go ahead and sort all of this stuff out. It's been a while. Bloody hell. You just go out, you, and then that goes there. This goes here. And then I unflagibulega. This goes like so. You having fun in the back there, Biscoff? Yeah, I think you are. Alright then. Nope, that's the wrong one. You need that one over there. Like so. There we go. Oh, it's good to be back. So what happened last time? Well, thankfully, I don't have to do the what happened last times on these. These do them themselves, so that makes me happier on things. We'll continue on from there. Where are we up to? Chapter 2 complete, Chapter 3 complete. Probably the Chapter 3 complete because it's the one that's got the most time put into it. Oh, alright then. Yes. So, what happened last time? The story. No, I don't know. So that's going to be Luke or Layton. I would imagine it's probably going to be Luke. The storyteller wrote a new story right before our very eyes. A man from afar falls to a golden curse, and a woman from afar cries out in grief. This passage could be referring to Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. We must hurry over to them at once. I have a terrible feeling something will happen at the alchemist's house today. Yes. I may not have been, but we get to watch this we get to watch this cutscene again. Yes, we get the cutscene again. I'm cool with that. Yes. What happened last time? Well, now we have the Golden Court. Unless we don't get that cutscene, in which case then we just move forward to this chapter. I don't know. Oh, we do! Oh, we don't get the cutscene again. That's a shame. It doesn't make sense. How has it come to this? Darned witch. Why did it have to happen to the professor of all people? Yeah, the professor is now golden, which ain't great. So we got to figure out that. And of course, Phoenix left Myra unattended for all of about 5 seconds. So as a result, yeah, she's now been accused of a crime. You've got to believe me, Nick. I may be a spirit medium, but I'm no witch. Don't worry. I know it wasn't you. Say, have you seen Luke today? I haven't seen him since last night. He was crying all night. I didn't know what to say to him. Yeah, I mean, you are just technically just a stranger. Seeing that, that's, yeah, it's a rough one. No kidding. He's the one suffering the most from all this. Poor kid. He probably needs some time alone with his grief. We should let him be. Yeah, he shouldn't have to see this trial. It'd be too hard for him. Alright, well the good news is a speller isn't accused of this one. Are you gonna act in place as Maya? Oh, it's a speller. What are you doing here, Isabella? Have you been cleared of the accusations? No, not yet. If only it was that easy. It's just that I'm not technically under arrest, so I got special permission to come here. I'm not technically under arrest, but I'm just being told where I can and can't go, when I can and can't leave, and where I can and can't stay. That's under arrest, Espella. I'm free to go wherever I like, within this building. Ah, I see. So it's under arrest. You're still under arrest. I heard about Mr. Layton. It's awful. He was such a good man. Yeah. I'm sorry, Espella. Huh? What are you apologizing for? We were supposed to find clues connected to Bazella. We couldn't find anything. And now the professor's been... No, don't say that. It's not your fault. I don't believe a word of what they say about Maya. She isn't a witch. Thank you, Espella. Mr. Wright, do you mind if I assist you in court today? Huh? I know I may not be of much use. Look, we've had a kid. Well, I mean, did we have... No, we did have Emma Skye on, working with us and things, so, yeah, we've done it before. I mean, you're probably older than Emma Skye was. But I'll do what I can. I want to help you and Maya. Espella. Excuse me. Barnum? Oh no, it's you! Hello? You're... Grail, butler of the late Master Belduke. I have come to inquire after Miss Maya. It is most regrettable what happened yesterday. Oh, thank you for coming all the way here. Huh? You look really pale, Jean. Are you alright? Oh, please don't worry about me. It's merely that, since that incident, my sleep has eluded me. Oh, I spent the night searching through Master's notes on alchemy. I hope there may be some mention of a method by which something turned to gold may be reverted back to its original form. You were looking for a way to rescue the Professor? Human fate is often cruel, but that's also why we must never lose hope. Jean...
Defender! Accused! The trial is about to start. Proceed to the chamber.
Yes, we're coming. Nick. Cheer up, Maya. I'm not just going to let them sentence you. I just wish all this would stop already. Whether someone's a witch or not. No one deserves to be burned. I know. I can't stand it either. If you'll kindly excuse me now, I must return to my duties. Oh, no problem. We appreciate you coming to see us. Okay. Now what? Something's bothering me. Jean seems somewhat odd today. Let's go, Mr. Wright. The trial is about to begin. Alright. I mean, I assume the emerald instead of the amethyst is going to be of importance in some way, but I don't know why yet.
The trial of Maya Fey shall now
Yes.
begin.
This is where
As
that voice was. Yes.
Knights of the court, are you ready to cross your swords of justice?
Yes. And please give me your voice again so I can remember it.
Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum always has his sword ready for the work of justice.
Fair enough.
Defense ready, Your Honor. At this stage, I've just got to give it all I've got.
Oh. Yes.
It would appear the defender has thrown down the gauntlet, Sir Barnum. Now, before we
that's
begin,
brilliant.
May I have a word with you, defender?
Yes, Your
what's up? Yes.
Last time we met, you stood in this court as an apprentice baker.
Yes,
In all
well.
honesty, when I saw you for the first time, I thought to myself, a baker should stick to bread baking.
Which is true.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Fine first impression I made.
However, today you are not merely some befuddled maker of sweet
Some
buns.
befuddled
I'm
maker
obliged
of
to
sweet
recognize you
buns.
as a knight of law and justice, on par
Very good.
with Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum.
I mean, technically I did defeat him here, so would that not put me above him?
Now may your duel begin. Fight bravely and expose the truth behind this heinous crime.
That's the plan.
All right, we're all counting on you, Inquisitor Barnum.
Oh my, what is that voice? I recognize it!
I knew she was a witch as soon as I laid my eyes on her. She's got witch written all over her. Why not put the baker on trial? Bake the baker, I say!
Bake the baker. I'm not a baker! Oh boy.
They treat him like some sort of celebrity.
That they
He may
do.
be adored by the crowds, but when he pointed his sword my way, you managed to shield me from his accusations.
Aww.
Maya clearly isn't a witch, so surely your victory is certain.
Thank you for believing in me, Espella.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to do more than
Espella
just that.
Cantabella,
Hmm?
I have given you leave to come to this trial today. However, that does not mean that the charges against you have been dropped. Rather than worry about others, you should consider your own situation.
Alright then, well.
Thank you for granting me your permission, Inquisitor.
Uh-huh. She doesn't even answer him back, she just says thank you for that. Nothing else to say because it's not worth it, I like that. Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin your opening statement. As you wish, my lord. As usual, let us commence this trial by first recounting the events, if it pleases you, Sir Blue Knight. As you wish, Inquisitor. I still can't get used to this terminology. This heinous crime occurred in the residence of the late Newton Belduke, the alchemist. Here is the sketched plan of his residence. Careful. Alright. This room is of somewhat questionable nature in the alchemist's study, in which... This room of somewhat questionable nature is the alchemist's study in which the incident took place. The only ones present at the moment of the crime were the accused and the victim. No one else. The witnesses who arrived at the scene seconds later have indicated where they were when they found the accused and the victim. Very well. The sketch is accepted as evidence. Oh, careful. The accused took Sir Layton's life with the most cruel of magic. A living man 1 second, a golden statue the next. Such wickedness. Magic that turns things into gold. Sure, why not? Several townspeople rushed to the room and paid witness to the horror of this magic. The accused had been captured and charged. Goodness, that is terrifying. Rumors have reached me that the victim was a most scintillating man. Scintillating man? Sorry, I'm going to do the thing I do when I don't see words now and not try and guess how to pronounce them, but also how to pronounce them. It is scintillating. Sparkling or shiny bright. You oh my god, that's brilliant, because it's an adjective, sparkling or shining brightly works, but there's also there's brilliantly and excellently clever or skillful. Oh, that's a brilliant pun, my friend. That is perfect. This is why we look things up when we don't know what they are, because you get to learn things like that. That's very funny. But incidentally, was this Sir Layton not the same hat maker who attended our previous trial? No, he wasn't a hat maker. Bizarre as it is, Sir Layton's profession and origin remain unknown. He was a stranger in this city. That is all we know. And you, sir, his acquaintance, you are an unusual presence in our city yourself. Yeah.
Today's case certainly is peculiar.
And that is not the last of the peculiarities, my lord. The alchemist's study has been the scene of another strange incident in the past.
Ah yes, I remember as if it were yesterday. The mysterious death of Newton Belduke himself.
Indeed, my lord. Regrettably, the only case of witchcraft still to remain unsolved in our fair city. The witch may have escaped her punishment back then. But perhaps today is the day on which both these mysterious crimes shall be solved. What? What are you implying? Patience. You will know soon enough, Sir Suddenly Pale Blue Knight. Shit. Well, Maya's being charged with 2 crimes now. Yay!
How interesting. It seems that the Inquisition have something up their sleeves. Now, Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin.
Okay. Are we going with witnesses, or have you got evidence? Thank you, my lord. The Inquisition summons the witnesses of this malicious crime of witchcraft. If only I'd been in that room sooner. Maybe I could have prevented all this from happening. Maybe I could have been turned into gold instead. I won't let Maya take the rap for this. I'll find every single crack in their testimony and prove it wasn't her. Okay. Who are we looking at then?
Welcome to the Witch's Court, honourable witnesses. Now, let us hear your names and occupations.
I am known far and wide as Emir Punchenbog I, soon to be the new head of Punchenbog's retail organisation, PRO.
Hang on!
Wait a minute, witness!
What's that, Blue Squire?
You're the guy from the previous trial! Just what the heck's happened to you? You look like you've been one of those ultimate makeover shows.
What the fuck is any of those words mean? Whatever do you mean? My name is Emir Punchenbog I, soon to be the head of Punchenbog's retail organisation, PRO.
What is the meaning of this, Inquisitor? I do not care to delve into this witness's personal affairs. Looks like he remembers him all too well, too.
Witness, pray continue.
Oh, dearie me. It is I who usually ask the questions. I am, you see, but a humble teacher. Call me Miss Primstone. The children of Labyrinthia Primary School have the privilege of learning the truths about this world from me.
Elementary school teacher, huh? Good to know at least one witness seems sensible. Oh no. The winds carry my song, its birdly stringing along. Parrot and bard, ensemble and guard. My faithful muse here is Cracker, the musical parrot. No one understands music like Cracker, aside from me, naturally. Oh, great. We're gonna witness it. We're going... We're going to put a parrot on the stand. At least it's not another goat. What a smart bird. He just imitated that teacher perfectly. Ooh, so what is that? Is that a dulcimer? No, it's not a dulcimer. Oh shit, Luke's on the stand. I'm Luke Triton. My occupation is the Professor's Apprentice. Luke? Luke? But why? What are you doing there? I made up my mind. I'm doing this for the Professor. A gentleman has to pursue the truth. But, Luke, that's where the Inquisition's witnesses stand. I'll never ever forgive that witch! Gentleman shouldn't glare at people as if he wants to hit them in the face, Luke. Luke.
Your friend today can be your enemy tomorrow. Such is the hard reality of the battlefield. Witnesses, we will now hear your testimonies. Tell us all of this wicked incident which you have been unfortunate enough to witness. Yes.
All right then, well, my name was Emir Punchenbog. I heard a scream and an incantation, and that's when I entered the room. The victim was already all shiny.
Mayhap something caused discord between erstwhile friends? Mr. Silk Hat had a knife at the ready in his hand. Victim of magic, sparkly and done for. I heard the staff fall onto the floor. The professor must have seen through Miss Myers' deception and confronted her right there face to face.
I see. Thank you all. However, one part of the testimony was somewhat confusing. You there, the singer.
Singer? Could you possibly mean me? Birdly the Bard, your excellence?
Yes, that would be you, singer. This staff that you said, sung about.
It is as you suspect, my lord. This very witch's scepter. There are two different magical gems attached, meaning the perpetrator could have used two types of magic. Yeah, it would seem so. This gem here enables the use of a gold transmutation spell, Goldor.
Goldor. Just the word alone makes the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
Ha ha ha! That's the one, all right. That's a dreadful incantation that I, Emir Punchenbog I, had also heard.
Oh, dearie me! I have seen that scepter. So have I. Clank tips over the golden man. The scepter falls, not the witch's plan. Oh, dearie me! Oh. How dare she do that to the professor? By the way, this witch's scepter was found on the floor near the victim. If you'll turn your attention to the sketched plan, it was located right here. A scepter dropped by the accused would naturally tumble to exactly that spot. What? Hang on, that doesn't make it... No, hang on. That doesn't quite work, because in order for that to be the case, like, it can't roll. I don't know, that just seems wrong. If she's, like... That seems like it's being pointed the wrong way. It looks almost like a sword with a really awful hilt.
Objection!
Yeah. Inquisitor Barnum, what you're saying amounts to nothing more than a baseless assumption. You are on edge today, Sir Blue Knight. Is it because your friend is on trial? Perhaps you had better cool yourself down.
Well, anyway, the court accepts the scepter as evidence.
Thank you, my lord. Well, we got it in thing. If you cast a target of solid gold, the spell will transmute the closest target within range. Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you something?
What is it now, Sir Blue Knight?
Well, we know one of the gems is for the spell Goldor, but what about the other one? A naive question. Huh? Naivety may be no hindrance to a baker, but who spends most of his time amidst bread, but it can be your undoing here in court. Would a knight put a weapon in his enemy's hand? He's telling me to do my homework, huh? Mr. Wright, I'll look for the information about that magic gem in the Grand Grimoire. Thank you, Isabella. That would be great. Just leave it to me. She seems very happy to help.
The defender may begin interrogation of the witnesses.
Okay. My big one is the professor had a knife.
Heard a scream and an incantation. This one entered the victim. It was already all shiny. Let's just do what we normally do. And, what is all this about exactly?
What do you mean, Blue Squire?
Your gaudy, colourful outfit. I mean, your attire was different the last time. A little more modest.
The Ymir you knew back then is no more. I am a new man now, reborn into the higher echelons of society.
What is he drinking? There's a skull and crossbone marker on the bottle. Ugh. Enough idle chatter. The witnesses heard a scream and an incantation. Is that correct?
That's right. It's just like what you said earlier, Inquisitor Barnum. It was a spell Goldor, and it was, without a doubt, the voice of the accused that said it.
However, it's rather peculiar. When I saw the accused and the victim together last time, they seemed to be on friendly terms. The next witness will dispel your doubts, my lord. Hey, you're the one I'm worried about. Mayhaps something occurred, caused discord between erstwhile friends? Mr. Silkhat had a knife at the ready in his hand.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you think they quarrelled? The other day, I saw you all together in this very court, and you were evidently friends. Well, yeah, that's true, but what's that got to do with... Now, everyone, listen carefully. No chatting in the back row. What I say now will be in the next exam. Miss Primstone's lesson number 5. Friendship leads to nothing but trouble. People would not break up and part their ways in anger if they did not become friends in the first place. The kids in our class must grow up to be model citizens, huh? Oh, dearie, dearie me. What I saw in that room curdles the blood in my veins. Mr. Silkhat was pointing that glittering knife ever so threateningly. Hello. But Luke, though.
Hang on!
Luke don't like that. Is everything okay, Luke? No, of course it's not okay! The professor was a true gentleman! And no gentleman would go around threatening people with knives! I couldn't agree more. Silly boy! I saw your professor pointing a knife! Are you insinuating that I'm a liar, you cheeky little whippersnapper? The professor would never do that! You don't know him! At least Luke's found someone else to antagonize. Mr. Wright? Huh? What is it? I think there was some important information in Miss Primstone's testimony. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my place to say things like that. I didn't notice anything. What could it be? What was the speller about to say? Well, let's hear her. Hey, Speller, why don't you just tell us all what you've noticed? Oh, is that okay? It's just something I'd like to ask Miss Primstone about. Well, just go ahead and ask her. Excuse me, Miss Primstone. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, it's you, Miss Speller Cantabella. Miss Primstone, did you actually see the knife that Mr. Layton was holding? I did, as a matter of fact, yes. I remember that glinting blade very well. Almost frightening sight it was, too. And you saw that from the front door, didn't you? Now, if we look at the sketch... When the incident took place, Mr. Layton must have been facing this way, correct? That must have been the case, otherwise the witness could not have been able to see it. Well, that's all I wanted to ask. The more information we have, the better, right? Yeah, she couldn't have seen it because he would, if he, like, he's not left-handed, so he would have held it in his right hand, unless we're going to now assume he held it in his right hand. But either way, yeah, the direction the professor was facing, that could be important. This information shall be added to the court record. Very good. So now,
I'm sorry I jumped in like that, but I really wanted to help.
Not at all, Isabella. We were able to get some more info, which may come in handy.
You think so?
Yeah, I know so. Now then, the next witness shall continue with the testimony.
Yeah.
Diddly-loo, diddly-loo, diddly-loo.
Alright, so let me just see. We have a green wall behind the painting. We have details on this. Yeah, the professor's facing this way. Yeah. Perhaps Mr. Silver had a knife at the ready in his hands. Yes, but here's the problem. That doesn't work.
Objection!
Fuck! That tester. Oh, because he had a. No, it's just saying that he had a knife in his hands. Sorry, I'm gonna have to present that to Luke because he's not. Yeah. It's hopeless.
Yes. Yes, entirely so. In fact, it's so hopeless, it doesn't merit talking about it ever again, and here's a punishment for your hopeless performance.
I mean, here's the thing. Yeah. It doesn't contradict her testimony because her testimony doesn't say that he was pointing it at her straight away. But let's do this then. Let's just talk to them all. Would you mind describing what you saw without singing about it?
As you wish, my musically impaired friend. Simply put, when I entered the room, the victim was worth his weight in gold, for obvious reasons. He tipped over and fell heavily onto the floor. The room became drearily silent. And then I heard that scepter tumbling across the floor.
Oh, she heard something?
Oh, titty me. May I ask you something, Miss Brimstone? Titty me. Oh, dearie me. My dear, do not frighten me so. I feel like a schoolgirl caught napping during class. Miss Brimstone, did you see the witch's scepter at the crime scene? Well, about that, I must confess, I do not clearly recall. You don't remember? When I went to the room, the golden man fell down and made quite the ruckus. That is why I did not notice a scepter being dropped. So you didn't see it after all. But I am certain that witch girl had it. She must have been hiding it behind her back.
Objection!
Please don't assume Maya is a witch just because she has been accused.
Miss Brimstone is certainly quick to make assumptions.
Yeah, it's circular reasoning here. She is here to be tried in the witch's court. She must be a witch because she is here in the witch's court, and only witches are in the witch's court.
I see. Now, we would like to hear the next witness's testimony.
The next witness is a bit problematic, but...
I'll kill her! I'll fucking kill her! I'll avenge you, Professor!
Yeah, confronted her face to face. That's where it is. Yeah.
Objection!
It's not face to face. Luke, you said you'll only believe what you see with your own eyes, right? What you think you saw may not be the whole truth.
Huh? What do you mean?
Luke, treat this like a puzzle, okay? You have to you're making assumptions based on what you think you see, not you have the whole picture. Take a closer look at the sketch of the crime scene. At the time of the incident, Professor Layton and Maya were standing here. Now, we have learned from Miss Primstone's testimony which way the professor was facing. He was facing this way. Oh! You have testified that the professor confronted Maya face to face. But looking at the sketch from where they were standing, one thing is clear. There is a contradiction in your testimony!
What? Oh!
Whether they were facing each other or not is of no relevance whatsoever. They were the only ones in that room. One was a victim, thus the other must be the witch.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. I will ask you to wait before jumping to conclusions, Inquisitor.
Think back to Miss Primstone's testimony. She told us that the professor was pointing a knife at someone threateningly.
Objection! What the fuck? The professor would never do that, you cur!
However, as you can see in the sketch, that he wasn't threatening Maya. So then, who was he pointing a knife at?
Hold it!
Luke, what is it?
The professor would never point a knife at anyone! I was the one who opened the door at that room, so I was the first witness, and I saw no knife! Miss Primstone's testimony is not reliable! Oh, dearie me, will you look at this child, sputtering nonsense and talking badly of his elders?
The Inquisitor Barnum? Yes, my lord. It should pose no difficulty to verify whether or not the victim had a knife. After all, that sparkling golden body of his has been found at the crime scene, has it not? Indeed it has, my lord. Court attendants, you heard the judge. Bring the victim into the courtroom. Seems like they're going to bring the golden statue in.
Professor?
Okay. Yep. And he doesn't have an arm. Well, look at that. Did he get damaged in transit?
Professor! Professor!
Yeah, he is, So, this is the power of the gold transmutation spell. Most spectacular. It looks like work of the finest artisans. I assure you that it is the work of no artisans, my lord. By the way, the missing arm has not yet been found.
Emir, you son of a bitch! Oh, I can't believe this! Professor!
I suppose we should add the victim to the evidence. Poor professor who, while searching for evidence, became evidence. Alright, well, in he goes. This is unfortunate. I had thought the evidence would be as good as gold. But although it technically is, we are still no closer to discerning whether or not the victim was holding a knife.
Hold it.
Let me speak, please! Maya? The professor didn't have a knife, and also, there was another person in that room! The real witch was there too! Please, believe me! Accused? Do I really need to warn you again? Inside the cage, you are to behave like a bird that has forgotten to sing, or a bird that has forgotten its song. Speak again, and you shall be punished. Or are you in a particular hurry to taste the flames of justice, a little bird?
Objection!
But it's true that somebody else could have been at the crime scene. Look at the sketch. The victim was facing towards someone, and that person wasn't Maya. Sir Blue Knight, your ignorance is no longer even a surprise. Huh? You do not know what transpired at the crime scene? You think this man was pointing at another person, you say? Let me tell you this. Nearly everyone in this court, other than you, knows what Sir Hat was pointing at.
What?
Well, honourable witnesses, is that not so?
I, Emir Punching Bowl the First, love me some gossip and stories of the occult.
Elusive like mist, the magical beast. Its chilling breath brings about death. Ooh, no rhyme.
Oh, dearie me. You could use some education, Blue Knight. I can offer you private tuition, but it will not come cheap. If the professor wasn't confronting Maya,
Luke's already off of it. He's thinking on his own at this point. Witnesses, you will now testify. Tell us about this other presence at the crime scene. Luke has no idea, so right now we're working with him. Alright, let's see what you've got then. A shadow at the crime scene.
We all know what happened to that alchemist, so there's no mystery.
Same place, same magic trick. This time her luck ran out and she dropped that magic scepter.
The truth obscured by a twisted ruse, the witch couldn't vanish, but did confuse.
It happened because the professor unraveled the mystery behind all these witches.
Same magic trick was used? They are referring to an incident from 3 months ago. Much like this incident, a man lost his life to witchcraft in that very room. It was the master of that residence, Sir Newton Belduke, the alchemist. He suffered death by strangulation. Finger marks were left on his neck. Jesus Christ, he even looks like Edgeworth in that shot. He had locked himself in his study, and the key was still in his pocket. In other words, no one could have entered that room. Perpetrator disappeared from a locked room, just like in this case. A large amount of powdered medicine was spilt all over the floor. Powdered medicine? Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He possessed various medicinal concoctions. Due to the presence of that powder, had anyone entered the room, clear footprints would have remained. Yet there were none.
That's the kind of mystery that the professor would have loved to solve.
Thus, there were 2 unusual circumstances to Sir Belduke's death: the culprit's disappearance from a locked room, and the fact that they appeared not to have walked on the floor. It's almost as if they flew away. In other words, it couldn't have been the Demir magic that was used in my case the other day. Seems the killer levitated above the floor, strangled Belduke, and vanished into thin air. But what does that have to do with this trial? It has been 3 months since that murder. Despite that, we still haven't been able to find the witch responsible. But now, having eluded us for so long, that witch has finally been brought before this court. We will have justice. What? No way. Now he thinks Maya killed the alchemist too? We weren't even here back then. It's not like I can explain that to him. Well then, why don't you interrogate the witnesses? Now that you are aware of the connection between the 2 murders.
Objection!
You can't be serious. 3 months ago, we weren't even... Defender, you may interrogate the witnesses. May their testimonies lead us to the truth. Okay. Right. Shadow at the crime scene. Alright, we all know what happened, so it's no mystery. You're talking about Mr. Belduke's murder, which took place in a locked room.
Yeah, a real shocker, all right. Everyone was talking about it. People don't say this out loud, but you know, you're thinking it too, eh?
I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Ain't it clear as day? He was an alchemist. An alchemist! Ain't alchemy just like magic, ain't it?
Sir Belduke was a man, and only women can be a witch. What's more, witchcraft has nothing to do with alchemy. They're different, somehow. Alchemy is the mysterious art of manipulating the forces of nature, or so it is said.
Well, that sounds a lot like magic to me. Alchemy's incomprehensible to regular people. So magic, really. And you know, a couple of days before the witch got him, there was that lightning that struck.
Lightning?
Glad you'd ask him, because I like telling that one. I bet you do. All of a sudden, like a bolt from a blue sky, it was his bolt from the sky. Only it wasn't blue. The sky lit up and turned blood red, and then out of nowhere, an old-looking bell tower appeared in a burst of flames. Makes you realise Mother Nature's pretty powerful stuff, eh?
You have strayed off the topic at hand, witness. This is a courthouse, not an inn. Save your thrilling stories for later. Alright. Same place, same magic trick. This time her luck ran out and she dropped that magic scepter. Would you care to elaborate on that, Miss Primstone? You could say I am a scholar, and my knowledge is vast and diverse. I know a thing or two about witchcraft, but I'm not a witch! Therefore, I have a very good idea of the type of magic that must have been used at the time. The magic behind this mysterious figure that appeared out of nowhere, glided through the air and vanished after making the kill? Indeed, yes, and the witch's scepter confirms my theory. A brilliant deduction. I am honoured to have studied under an excellent teacher such as yourself, Miss Primstone. She was his teacher? Actually, I guess that kind of explains a lot. Our occult crime analysis have arrived at the same conclusion. Mr. Wright, I found it. The page about the purple magic gem. The spell's called Familia. Familia? What does it do? Let me guess, it's a familiar summoning spell. The spell Familia, bound within this purple gem, is used to summon a familiar. Familiars appear out of nowhere, can glide through the air, and vanish when their task is accomplished. They are evil, bloodthirsty spirits used by witches to perform outrageous crimes. Evil spirits? Are you saying the witch used a familiar to... It was a familiar that took Sir Belduke's life, and now it has happened again. Sir Silkhat was probably trying to ward off the evil spirit with his knife. But what good is a knife against an occult creature? It completed the task given to it by the witch and promptly vanished. Thus bringing us to the conclusion that... Sir Belduke and Sir Silkhat were both killed by the same witch. What? Great. Just what we need. What an unexpected turn of events. The two incidents have been shown to be connected. Due to the same witch's scepter having been used in both cases. Great. Alright. Summons forth a magical shadow that possesses a physical form. It is completely weightless. Oh, this is terrible. Now Maya is accused of 2 murders. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I was right, as always. This gruesome murder will be in the next exam. Make sure to take notes. Now I shall divulge what really happened. We are all ears, Miss Primstone. That hat maker was putting the knife in the witch's familiar.
Hold it!
Alright. Did you actually see the familiar? Oh, dearie me, no, I did not. When the boy opened the door, the familiar had just disappeared. Had the boy opened the door sooner, no doubt we all would have seen it. If he were my student, I would have made sure to teach him not to dilly-dally. What? You were keeping him out? Hang on. Is everything alright, Luke? You seem to be deep in thought about something. No, it's not alright! Is there something in Miss Primstone's testimony that you'd like to comment on? That's what I keep telling you! The professor wouldn't point a knife at anyone! Dearie me, what an impertinent child. I'm telling you, I saw a knife. I distinctly saw the glint of a sharp blade.
Objection!
At any rate, as we can see now, the victim's arm is missing. As such, there is no proof that he had a knife.
Objection!
That is but a mere detail. It matters not. What the fuck does that mean? It's a detail, but it doesn't matter. Details are the only thing that matter in this, Barnum! Oh, it's just a detail that the Telea Magica has the 2 spells that you think is relevant. It matters not. See, I can fucking spin all your fucking details. A mere detail? Matters not. Oh my. Anyhow, I wonder, where could that missing arm be? Yeah, they ought to be looked right into. Let me guess. There it is.
Hang on!
Mister, do you have something you'd like to share with us? Mr. Emir!
Is Mr. Emir Punching Bowl the first to you, Bluey? The likes of you ought to show some respect for a future man of wealth such as me.
You seem to be looking ahead to a future full of newly gained riches.
I can look wherever I bleeding please.
Anyway, why are you looking at me like that? I don't know about that golden bloke's right arm. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. What is it, Isabella? I may be wrong, but there's something about that man. Wouldn't you say he looks, suspicious? It's not just you. Everything about him is usually so shady, it makes me want to double check my pockets. Mr. Emir, stop pretending you don't know anything about the victim's missing arm. Pretending? I told you I know nothing. Nada. Zero. Nil. I ain't seen it, or heard about it, or put it in me pocket. Put it in your pocket? It wasn't me, honest. Seriously, I got nothing to do with it.
Objection!
Oh. Oh, shit. Tell me that's the pawnbroker.
Mia!
Yes!
Lying, cheating, deceive me!
Oh, that's perfect. Order! Order! Who is this person? Nope, he's down from the crowd.
You want to know who I am? I'm Price the pawnbroker. Huh? And this man is a shameless cheating bum! He had the nerve to lie to me!
What did he lie to you about?
I'll tell you. On the day of the crime, Emir came to my shop. He waltzed up to me saying he'd got his hands on a superb work of art, rare as gold dust.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. That work of art. Could it be?
I've got it right here.
Ah. Jeez. Just like I thought. That's... Oh my. Professor? This is the professor. It's the professor's arm! No.
It's pure gold, exquisitely crafted. It was entitled, Towards Tomorrow, or something like that. I'd never seen a piece of gold so fine before. And so, suspecting nothing, I paid that rascal a rather handsome sum.
Who would have thought?
Huh? And what am I hearing now? That it was a human arm, no less! You, sir, are a monster! You're as bad as a witch's familiar yourself!
I didn't know it was his arm, I swear! When I saw it, it was already like that! What do you mean?
I was last to the scene, and it caught me right away. A golden arm, pointing up at the ceiling with such optimism and authority. I thought, it looks like it's showing me the way to a better, brighter, and richer tomorrow. To me, it was a work of art, and a precious one at that.
And then it found its way into your pocket, and you pawned it? You mounted it on a crude stand, gave it a tawdry title? Tawdry title? I think it's tawdry. Gonna do it again, because I don't know if it's taw or tawdry. Tawdry. Showy but cheap and or of poor quality. And it's tawdry. It's tawdry. It's a weird one where you barely pronounce the W. Cheap and gaudy for finery. Whoa.
Don't try and look away from the truth now! Darn it, I can look wherever I darn please! I'll look away from the facts and forward to the future! Always look on the bright side! Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doo, ba-doo! Let's see me punch and bowl the first motto! Yeah, no takesy backsies. There we are. Well, at least we can see now there's no knife.
Where were we, Where were we now? Ah, yes, the victim's arm has now been successfully reattached by one of our master craftsmen. Knights of the court, you may resume the Inquisition.
At least one thing's clear now. And as everyone can see, the victim definitely wasn't holding a knife.
Oh, dearie me. It seems I may have been mistaken after all. When you think about it, the victim had already been turned to gold when we entered the room.
According to the witnesses' testimonies, that was the case, yes.
Well, then I'm sure you concede that it was easy to mistake that glittering pointing finger for a knife.
Indeed, the victim's finger has a glint to it, resembling that of a sword's edge. Such a sense of power and intensity. It's enough to send a shiver down the spine of anyone being pointed at.
No puzzle is a match for the power of the professor's pointing finger.
I guess no one remembers I'm known for pointing like that too!
Yeah, but you do it with your other arm. I think your pointing finger makes quite an impression too, Mr. Wright.
Oh, I'm muttering again. She's just taking pity on me. No, I'm not. Is that all you had to say, Sir Blue Knight? Huh? As I said before, whether the victim had a knife or not is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, what he said. You'd better apologise to me now. Badgering me for no reason like that.
Is that all there is to it, or could an arm hold some other clue? We've come this far. Maybe there's something else you could ask about? She's right. I need to ask some more questions. Well then, Mr. Amir, perhaps you could tell me one more thing about that arm. Where was it lying? When did you find it? When did you find it doesn't matter. Where was it lying, I think, is the only thing that would matter. Because he said it was pointing upwards, right? Here's my thought process. Where was it standing upright? Because he said it was pointing to the ceiling. So it fell, there was a clattering at some point, and then it was pointing upwards. That's what matters, because we heard a clattering, and then apparently a second clattering. So it could be that it wasn't the scepter that was heard the second time, it was the arm that was heard the second time. I need to know where it was that was done. Also, just read this. Arm reattached. Yeah, where was it lying? You found the arm on the floor, pointing upwards, you said?
Yeah, I did. Finders keepers, I say. It was pointed straight up at the ceiling.
The arm somehow happened to fall down in such a way that it landed upright. What are the odds of that? Actually, it reminds me of a puzzle. Now, if you could just show us on this floor plan here, I'd like to know the exact spot where you found the victim's arm.
Sure, I remember that well. It was right here.
Oh, yes. That's where you would expect it to have fallen. If that's where it was, then something's definitely not right. If you keep looking at that sketch so intensely, you shall burn a hole in it. Or perhaps you're going to claim there's a contradiction in it somewhere? This arm is the final clue left by the professor. Even after turning to gold, he was pointing out to something important. Namely, the key to solving this case.
Well, Defender, do you see any problems in the location as marked on the sketch?
Actually, there is a problem. Of course there is a problem! Pish! And where would that be, precisely? The professor's arm has
The professor's arm has armed me with some vital evidence. Its location leads to a huge contradiction.
In that case, why don't you enlighten us and show us this so-called contradiction? What contradiction does the victim's arm create?
Creates a problem with the Telea Magica. Because if it fell there, it can't have fallen. It can't have fallen there if it. So Maya is said to have dropped it after turning the professor to gold. The way that it was heard is we have from Birdley that there was a clattering from the professor falling to the floor, and then the scepter. So the arm moved here, and then the scepter created a problem.
Got it.
Yeah. The contradiction is right here.
And this is the witch's scepter?
Let's go over the order of events as per the witness's testimony. First, the witch cast a spell on the professor, turning him into gold. When all of you rushed to the crime scene, that golden statue fell down, making a loud noise. Next, the witch dropped the scepter. What are you getting at, Sir Blue Knight? All witnesses agree with the order of events. That's right, they all agree that's how it happened. But then, there's the arm. Well, what about it? Spit it out. Let's assume that Maya was the witch. She's not, but for the sake of your argument, let's follow your logic through. Now, look at the sketch again. The witch dropped the scepter after having turned the professor into gold. The scepter tumbled along the floor and was found here, as asserted by the prosecution. However, that would be impossible. There's no way it could have been there.
Oh, I see it now.
The arm. It was... I'm glad you seem to have noticed. The victim's arm was on the floor right here, standing on its end. Therefore, the scepter couldn't possibly have fallen that way. Also, look at the fucking shape of it! It can't roll! There's no way that thing can roll. Ergo, it couldn't have been the defendant who dropped the scepter. In other words, Maya is not a witch. Ugh.
Order! How can this be? The Inquisition's reasoning has been proven invalid through just a single piece of unusual evidence.
Call it Layton's magical touch. The professor sacrificed his arm to leave us just the evidence needed to turn this thing around. That was amazing, Mr. Wright. Professor!
Objection!
An admirable deduction, Sir Blue Knight, that I cannot deny. Even if we are to assume your reasoning is correct and that girl in the cage is not a witch, even if... In the many trials I have attended, I have become well versed in certain aspects of magic. I am all too aware of its potential to confuse people, befuddle their minds and make their memories hazy. No one can resist such a maddening influence. What are you trying to say, Inquisitor? The scepter could not have tumbled across the floor if the arm were in the way. However, can we be sure that it is where the arm was? Are all of the witnesses able to confirm its location at the time?
Objection!
We've heard what they have had to say several times now. They agree that the scepter fell after the victim fell over.
Objection!
And yet, no one actually saw the scepter being dropped. Witnesses, think back to that incident once more. Did the golden statue fall over first, or did the star fall before it? Think carefully about what you have seen and heard. Everything hinges on your testimonies.
May your words guide us to the truth and decide the fate of this caged witch. Great. Just what I needed, eh? Just what I fucking needed. Alright, well, let's figure this part out. I was about to get ready to leave, but it seems that there is need for further questioning. Testify once more, witnesses. Tell us of the golden statue and the Talea Magica. None of them saw it. The clattering could have been the professor's arm. Nobody knows. I was only focusing on the professor, so I don't remember much else. I don't know. I got there lost. Besides, that thing was glittering and glittering away, so I couldn't see much else. Bewitched by love or beloved by a witch, the poor cove knows not which witch is which. Dear me, I remember. How obvious it seems now. The staff was dropped before the statue fell over. Great. Whoa, wait a minute. What you all said just now, that's totally different from your previous testimonies. Sir Blue Knight, you are starting to notice it now, aren't you? That is the way of magic. Such is the effect that black hearts tend to have upon those who witness it. The witnesses are not lying, but simply having trouble remembering the truth. What a convenient excuse! Fucking CCTV cameras! Need more of them! Everyone needs a baby monitor in their offices. Put more data centers! More data centers! No privacy in the house, so we always know what the fuck's happening. Empirical evidence by the way of monitoring everyone 24/7. It's the only way justice can be served. Confronted with magic, their brains turn to mush, huh? Ever since our ancestors drank from the fountains of wisdom and obtained the capacity for reason, witchcraft has been the one thing to remain incomprehensible, even to the most intelligent of us. Nevertheless, the onus is on us to stand up against magic and pass judgment on those witches. And so here we are, doing battle with the weapons of the wise. Words. With words, we shall pass judgment upon this supposed witch. Defender, you may begin your interrogation, and help us arrive at the truth. Oh, please tell me we will. Kinda need to. Golden statue, right. I was only focusing on the professor, so I don't remember much else.
Hold it!
Yeah. Luke, you said before that you heard the scepter fall to the floor. And that was after the professor fell over. I thought so. I thought so before, but now, the more I think about it, the less certain I am that I actually heard it. How could I have been paying attention to anything else when the professor was... My memories of everything else are too fuzzy. I guess Luke was too shocked to take in his surroundings and notice anything else. I doubt I'll get any more information out of him for now. I'm sorry, Luke. I understand how hard this is for you. Let us move on to the next witness. I don't know, I got there last. Besides, that thing was glittering away, so I couldn't see much else.
Hold it!
And that thing would be... the arm of that shiny jet next to you, Bluey! Poor Professor Layton. More valued now than ever before. And you didn't notice the scepter on the floor? You know, I wasn't even looking at the floor. My eyes were kinda glued to my new source of income. If anything, I may have looked up at the ceiling, since that's where it were pointing. Furnace keepers, eh? Into me pocket it went. Hang on. Hang on, I can copy that. Hang on. This one up.
Someone arrest this guy, please. Bewitched by love or beloved by a witch, the poor cove knows not which is which.
Hold it!
Would you mind translating your song into plain speech? I shall simplify it once more, just for you, esteemed knight of the court. First of all, let's talk about love. It is a pretty neat slant rhyme for cove. A cove is slang for a chap, you see. Oh. Okay.
Hang on!
Don't think this is relevant, but... Mr. Mimir, you seem to be pondering something very deeply. You caught me unaware there, Bluey. Did something in Mr. Birdley's statement just now catch your attention? No, nothing in particular. I was just thinking. That bard song really got to me. Kinda really felt it in me heart. I appreciate your appreciation of my art. You know, I meant to ask you something. Why don't you become me private bard? You can sing all about the heroic life of him here, Punching Bog the First. I could gladly sing of your adventures, if it pleases you, kind sir. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Show me what you've got. Very well, as per your request. Oh, grand Emir, Punching Bog the First, will new fortune quench your thirst? Having bravely filched the golden arm, now you've duped the pawn shop man. I hope my son was to your liking, sir. Yeah, very poetic. Your drinking manner is quite inspiring, but whatever is that skull bottle hiding? So we've all learned nothing useful at all, just that Emir has questionable taste in music. Sometimes it is best not to probe too deeply, CERN Blue Knight. Well then, let us just pretend we heard none of that and proceed with the interrogation. Yes, I want to go back on the... Hang on. I gotta check you, because I want to press more from you, because I pressed too early. Okay, do you mind translating it to plain speech? I shall simplify... Yes, esteemed court. First of all, let's talk about love. It is a pretty neat slant rhyme for cove. A cove is slant for chap, you see. Then we have the word witch, which is a homophone. Witch. Yeah, right. Next, we have the delightful countenance of beloved and bewitched. It is ultimately a song about confusion. I'm confused. To be honest, there's nothing more to it. It is merely an artistic expression of my feelings. So, it's got nothing to do with this case, does it? I am aware of melodious I am a man of melodious words and poetic music. That is my only claim.
Ah! Oh, dearie, dearie me!
Luke! Do it! Do it! Do it! Talk to the fucking parrot! Luke, would you like to say something?
Yeah! Oh, sorry, I guess I spaced out a bit. What is it, Mr. Wright?
You seem to be thinking pretty hard about something during Mr. Birdley's song. Well, testimony just now. Is that something you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I just told you the parrot. Well, I've been thinking about what Mr. Barnum said a while ago.
Oh my god, no. Are you going to imply that because human senses are bewitched by magic, animal senses aren't? What was that exactly?
The humans who witness magic become confused and lose sight of what's real. And they end up not knowing what actually happened. Well, I was thinking Mr. Barnum might be right. And then it occurred to me that there might be a way. I mean, we do have her with us. A witness who isn't human! Oh my god, he is gonna go there! Oh, that's great. Ah! Oh dearie dearie me! This situation seems oddly familiar. I asked him earlier if he remembers the events clearly or not. He said he has a memory better than an elephant and remembers everything perfectly well. That's right. I almost forgot. Luke can talk to animals. Mr. Wright, I know it sounds crazy, but please let me try. Let me ask Cracker to testify. Let me ask Cracker to testify. Ah! Oh dearie dearie me! Should I? I'm stuck now anyway, and the witnesses' testimonies are all over the place. A new testimony would be a wild card, but it might just be the thing to turn this trial on its head. But it's a crazy idea, alright? If I make a mistake now, it'll put me in a tight spot. Defender, are you still with us? This is not the time nor place for daydreaming. What do you intend to do? It looks as though you've exhausted all means for a counterattack, Sir Knight in Blue. Is it not time to drop your sword? If you have no further questions for the witness, Defender, I will consider your interrogation finished. What will it be then? Are we finished here? I've got zero time to think it over. Better make a choice now. Should I summon the parrot as a witness? Let's hear Cracker testify! Your Honor, the defense would like to summon a new witness. A new witness? Witness, you say? Who do you have in mind? It's a witness you all know, by the name of Mr. Cracker. I'm gonna have too much fun with this. Mr. Cracker? I know of no man by that name. Mr. Cracker? The defense summons its new witness, Mr. Cracker the Parrot! The parrot as a witness?
Objection!
This is the witch's court. Joking around will be considered contempt of court. The only time anyone will ever be held in it. Mr. Cracker witnessed the crime. He saw what happened, and he heard it too. He's as valid a witness as any of the others.
Objection!
No. That bird is nothing but a pet animal. Referring to it as Mr. will not change that.
Objection!
Humans are confused by magic to the extent that they lose sight of what's real. That's what you yourself said, Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum.
Objection!
Calling me by my full name does not help justify such brash foolishness. The Inquisition is against interrogating a parrot. By the way, kind sirs, I suppose you should know that my dear companion never forgets a sound he hears. He remembers everything he hears, huh? It's definitely worth asking Cracker to testify. The court sees the situation as follows. The witnesses' testimonies do not hold together. In fact, they are as erratic as that bard's songs. I cannot see this trial getting any more confusing, so, very well, the defense may summon this avian witness. Can you believe it? What's up with Mr. Blue Suit, summoning a parrot as a witness? Summoning? Does he mean like our familiar was summoned? By hook or by crook, I'll do whatever I can to save Maya. Be it summoning a parrot or a familiar. Whatever it takes. Within the boundaries of the law, of course. Fair enough. Oh, he's on his head! Alright, witness, state your name and profession. Not so fast. I hardly even know where to begin, but... First of all... What is the matter with that boy looking so pleased with himself? He looks like the cat that got the cream. Oh, that would be me, wouldn't it? Oh, don't mind me. Just think of me as a perch for Cracker, that's all. And just what is with the purpose of questioning a bird? A parrot may be able to repeat what others say, but it cannot talk on its own.
Objection!
It's precisely because Cracker doesn't talk in his own words that he's certain to tell us the truth. What? Cracker remembers every sound he hears, even just the ones, with absolute perfection. So let's have him testify exactly what he heard. Not bad, Luke. And if Cracker can repeat every sound, I'd say this should be a valuable testimony. I cannot believe this is happening. Alright, let's go. A witness that cannot talk will not lie either. This idea is much to my liking. Very well then, may our new witness, Cracker, testify to the court. We wish to know exactly what you heard from the beginning of the incident. Alright, Cracker, it's all on to you now. Don't fuck me up and don't shit on me out. Okay. That would be the door. Okay, that's the teacher. Alright.
Objection!
Objection. What is this now? Why, those are the sounds of the incident. Exactly as Cracker heard them. Ludicrous. Evidently, this is nothing but a farce after all. What do you mean, Inquisitor Barnum? I must admit, I've found the parrot's testimony quite impressive. Yeah, but there's a problem. She heard Goldor after the whole incident. Even if that bird can accurately recall the sounds, it is clearly useless when it comes to the order of events. Do you mean there's a problem with the order? First, the witch used magic to turn the victim into gold. Then, the witnesses arrived. It is reasonable to assume they cried out in terror when they did so. And yet, this testimony does not accurately convey such an order of events. It starts with a sudden scream, followed by the door abruptly opening. Then, a witness crying out. Next, we hear the victim, having turned into gold, falling down. So far, so reasonable. But then the real issue is as follows. The parrot seems to think the witch cast her spell after the witnesses entered. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but he didn't say Goldor. Goldor! Goldor! I need to see that. You motherfucker, game! That's really fucking cheap of you! That's really cheap of you! I mean, that's very impressive. As soon as Cracker finishes speaking the word, it immediately cuts to an objection. So I couldn't fucking see, did he say Goldor or not? I saw Godor. I think it said Godor. I could look back, but I'm not going to do that because I know the game is very, very specifically trying to make you not see that, but that's fine. Such a suggestion is inconceivable. The reason is simple. At that time, the victim had already been turned into gold. Indeed it is as you say, Inquisitor Barnum. The parrot's capacity for imitation is excellent. I will concede that its testimony does have some entertainment value. However, this animal's testimony cannot be allowed to stand as proof in this honorable court of law. Don't write Cracker off just like that. Do you now see how foolish you were to summon this parrot as a witness? Not good, Phoenix. Not good at all. Should I really go through with this cross-examination? But it feels like everyone in this court is against me. Cross-examine the parrot. Cross-examine him. It's the only option we've got. The defense wishes to cross-examine the witness. What? Are you serious? Did you not hear what I said? Are you choosing to ignore my words? A witness that cannot talk cannot lie either. That parrot's testimony is the naked truth. He's simply repeating the sounds as he heard them. It's humans who make assumptions about the meaning of those words and arbitrarily decide whether the testimony is good or not. Let's fucking go, Phoenix. Let's fucking go! It's 10 out of 10 line. But as knights of the court, shouldn't we be striving to uncover the truth to which this parrot holds the key? The truth, you say? Very well. Show us the truth that this bird purportedly knows. Interrogate that parrot. Meanwhile, I shall enjoy the show. Will you? Will you do it, Mr. Wright? Do you think it's do you think it's hopeless? Defender, you may begin your interrogation of the witness. Yeah. It's Goldor is what matters to me. Did it say Goldor or Godor? The golden statue and the scepter.
Hold it!
Hold it. That's Maya screaming! Oh, yeah, I may have let out a teeny scream. I was so horrified when the professor suddenly turned into gold like that, right before my eyes. So that's when...
Objection!
Uh-oh. The accused seems to yearn for the flames so much that she cannot wait to receive her punishment. If she wishes to live any longer, she would be wise to remain silent. I'm really sorry. I won't talk again, I promise. Unfortunately for you, Sir Blue Knight, there is no way you can prove that it was the voice of the accused.
Objection!
You're wrong, Inquisitor. All we need to do is have her voice print analyzed and we'll know straight away. Analyze what? A voice print? It's nothing. Just forget what I said. Oh boy, this world is driving me crazy. Well then, you may carry on with the interrogation. That would be the door opening. Was that the sound of a door being opened? Oh? La 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 la. Okay, his voice is down here. Excuse me, Mr. Bradley. How may I help you, sir? I've been meaning to ask this before, but why are you still on the witness stand? Are you suggesting that I should leave my dear partner alone with strangers who cannot even sing? Huh? The very sight of Cracker causes the finest of songs to effortlessly form in my mind. Stilton, cheddar, or smoked cheese? I like my crackers. With any of these. That was the Cracker song. It is not crisp. Is it not crisp and full of flavor? Right. Anyway, would you mind remaining quiet for the rest of Cracker's cross-examination? I've suddenly got the munchies. I tell you, I've suddenly got the munchies. This was this big reefer I took beforehand. Anyway, continue with the interrogation. Alright. Alright. Okay. I think we all can agree that is the sounds like... We can all agree this sounds like Miss Primstone, right? When we entered the room, we all kind of reacted in surprise. La 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 la. I bet you did. Let me just keep going with this, though. But I guess the teacher's voice stifled all the rest.
Miss Primstone is known for her stentorian voice of authority. Okay, there's a fun one for today. We get 3 words. What does stentorian mean? Stentorian. Of a person's voice, loud and powerful. Fair enough. What do the meaning of that word, or the etymology of that word comes from? Is it etymology or entomology? People don't know the difference between etymology and entomology bug me in ways that I can't put into words. I think it is entomology, not etymology. Again, I'm 50-50ing it right now. Her voice would still be ringing in the pupils' ears long after a class had finished. It takes me back. Yeah, if only Maya's scream was as easily recognizable.
Right, let's move on to the next sound. Clang!
Alright.
Hold it!
That must be the sound of the professor falling over, I guess.
Professor!
Yeah, told you to be quiet, so I'm not going to bother with you. Guess I'd better not push this one.
Luke, you poor thing.
That's the wrong spell! That's the wrong thing! Grand Grimoire. That is not Godor.
Objection!
There is a critical contradiction in this testimony. We are all well aware of that, Sir Blue Knight. This contradiction is between your so-called desire to find the truth and the fact that you are interrogating a parrot. That's not what I'm talking about, Inquisitor. There is a contradiction here that makes one thing particularly clear. The fact that we have all clearly made a wrong assumption! How so? Luke, could you ask Cracker to repeat the incantation once more?
Right!
Lycan Dragon! I'm a minute behind on the stream, but it's etymology. Entomology is the study of insects. It is etymology! Alright. Theories don't know the difference between entomology and etymology bug me in ways that I can't put into words. It's a fun pun that I like. I can never remember it, but thank you very much, and it is a pleasure to see you here. We hope you find yourself well. Not that far behind on things, I promise. We usually stream with a very, very low delay on everything, so you're not exactly that far behind. In fact, actually, I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll tell you how roughly far behind that is on things. It's about 7-ish seconds, something like that. 7 to 10 seconds usually, which is fine.
Godor! Godor!
Godor. According to the Grand Grimoire, the name of the gold transmutation spell is Goldor. Now, Inquisitor, it would seem to me that the spell we've all just heard is in fact a different one entirely. Well, I never. Unbelievable. Godor and Goldor.
Objection!
This is ridiculous. That wretched bird must have misheard the incantation.
Objection!
Cracker is able to imitate sounds perfectly. The incantation was indeed misheard, but only by the people who were hearing it.
Objection!
The victim was found already in his golden state. That is proof enough that the Goldor spell was used.
Objection!
And yet... But you're forgetting that Cracker heard this incantation after that spell had already taken place. Which makes it entirely possible that this Godor spell was used as well. In other words, another spell besides the gold transmutation magic must also have been used. Another spell that we haven't yet considered? Now, the next question that needs to be asked is, just what is this Godor spell?
Objection!
Utter foolishness! This is absurd! As convenient as it would be for you, there is no way that a spell by the name of Godor exists. Oh, Mr. Tell me she just immediately found it. Huh? What is it?
I found it! The page about the spell, Godor! It was stuck together behind these two. I don't know how long. It's listed in the Grand Grimoire. Right here. It exists. What? Order! Order! I demand order! Just like I thought. Cracker remembered it exactly. But then, what kind of magic is this Godor? Well, my lord, the Grand Grimoire describes it in the following way. Godor creates a portal on two sides of green-coloured walls. Power. The powers that be make the magic system. Did I just make a typo in the Word docs? Nah, can't be. Oh, that's great. Portal on... disappears after 5 minutes. Details on there. Oh, shit, it is. They are doing what I thought they were doing the second we saw the that character. Creates a portal on green-coloured walls. A portal spell. Yep. Oh, look at that. It's green. Aren't you a lucky man? It appears even the Grand Grimoire is on your side. However, there is a fatal flaw in your explanation. Huh? What flaw is that, Inquisitor? It is really quite simple. Think back to how the alchemist's study looked at the time of the incident. Do you remember any green walls? Because I do not. There were none. All the walls were coated with is white plaster. In other words, it was impossible to use Godor in that room. I, too, have visited that alchemist's study since the incident. I remember very well that all the walls in that room were a dull shade of white. Right between the spell Goldor and Goldor, there's 2 spaces with the spell Godar and Godar. Your little theory was interesting, Sir Knight in Blue, but it has proven to be nothing more than that. A mere wild guess. As long as you cannot prove that this Godor spell was used, your little theory shall be considered no further. Hey, I have an idea! How about we go look at every wall real hard just to confirm? In all honesty, I was very surprised to learn of such a spell's existence. However, as long as it was impossible to have used this spell at the crime scene, your deduction leads us nowhere. So, let me ask you now. Yes, Your Honor? Do you, perchance, have any proof that you could show us? Can you prove that it was feasible for the witch to have used Godor in that room? This is no coincidence. That spell must have been used at the crime scene. But do I have the proof? Yes, Phoenix, you moron! Naturally, I have proof. It's been on my mind for a while. That inexplicable mark. It has to be the evidence that ties up all the loose ends. The defense wishes to present evidence. Impossible. The determination in your eyes made me think you would. Now then, we shall allow the defense to present its evidence to the court. Present the proof that the spell Godor was used at the scene of the crime. That would be the wall patch behind at the crime scene.
Take that!
The walls in the study are coated with white plaster. Not all of them, though. There is just one spot, which is green. There is? I noticed it when investigating the crime scene.
You may recall that there was a small painting behind the desk. And for some reason, the wall behind it was painted green. It was what? I recall seeing that painting myself too. If we look at this floor plan, I'd say it was around here.
Mr. Wright, I'll mark it on the floor plan.
Thank you. It's been bothering me since I saw it, but now it's clear what it was. At the time of the incident, a portal opened up behind that painting. In other words, that was the wall utilized for the spell Godor. Hooray! Here's the thing, it doesn't change the fact that it could still have been Maya.
You're certainly persistent.
You just want a portal to be there so much, don't you? And you just want Maya to be the witch so much, don't you? This magic stone apparently allows the use of the spell Magatama, which can be used to see people's secrets. It was found on Sir Blue Knight. Incidentally, I remember that painting well. It was a small landscape piece. Yeah, about the size of, say, an opened Grand Grimoire. When did you get over here and take that? Witch! He used the spell! Yes, it was about that size indeed. A small, adorable picture. Even if a portal had opened in that small patch of green, no person would be able to pass through it. In fact, they'd just about be able to put their arms through it at most. So, will you please explain how a witch could possibly have escaped through a portal this small? He's right, Mr. Wright, they didn't. No one else could have gotten through a portal that small. Have you anything to say? Or are you so crushed by the realization? Or are you so crushed by the realization of your mistake that words fail you? The portal was too small for a person. It doesn't require much thinking to figure that out. But that aside, a very obvious question remains. If it wasn't a human, then what could have passed through that portal? You have put an interesting spin on things. Why don't you answer your own question? You talk as if you know everything, so please do enlighten us. A small portal was opened in the wall at the crime scene, and I have all the clues as to what that could mean. When we went through the portal, what went through that portal was something else. It was the Telea Magica. No human could have passed through a portal that small. Even a witch couldn't have pulled that off. So are you finally forsaking your mistaken assumptions? I haven't finished, Inquisitor. The fact remains that something else could have passed through that portal. Oh, and just what would that be, Sir Blue Knight? The portal was created after the Professor had been turned into gold. The witch had a good reason behind that. She must have had to move something through that portal. You have captured my curiosity. I'd like to know what passed through that portal. Tell us, what did the witch use that magic portal for? Telea Magica. Considering the state of the crime scene, there is just one possible answer. And that is the Telea Magica.
Objection!
What is this now? The Telea Magica was found at the crime scene. The portal has nothing to do with it.
Objection!
You idiot, Barnum. Inquisitor Barnum, you're making the wrong assumption. Wrong assumption? The witch wasn't trying to remove evidence from the crime scene. She wanted to plant it. She threw the witch's scepter into the room through that portal.
Objection!
Duh. By the way, I also preach the pun behind Barnum's name.
Barnum has a pun behind his name? I don't know it. Please do explain. I will be more than happy to hear it. Let me know. I want to know it. That's crazy. Do you even realize what you were saying? If she threw the staff into the room, then that means... Exactly. She did it to deceive us. Her goal was to make us draw the wrong conclusions. Oh, Barnum. Barnum. That's a good one. Barnum. 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 Oh, that's good. That's very good. When the incident took place, the witch herself wasn't in the room. She cast the spell from outside. What? Order, I say. And that's not all. There's even more proof that the staff was thrown into the room from the outside. What proof? That proof is none other than the Professor Layton's previously severed right arm. The victim's arm? How does that prove anything? None of the witnesses have testified they saw the witch's scepter. However, a few of them claim to have heard it rattle across the floor. That's right. Please take a look at this floor plan. Since the arm was standing up right here, we know the defendant couldn't have been the one who dropped the scepter. Now, think about it. Where would you need to drop the scepter from in order for it to end up here? Oh! Yeah. That's right. The scepter could only have come from the small portal created by the spell Godor. I think we're onto something here. This is most unexpected. The witch wasn't in the room when the crime occurred. Or, at least, that's the defense's claim. Huh? Fire puns in other languages too. In the Japanese names are Jinken Banrodo. Kenji, prosecutor plus burn rod. Spanish is flamia, which sounds like Latin for flame, and German is Flamberg, which isn't a fire pun, but it doesn't remember a sword. It is, yes. Ah, that's wonderful. I love it when language gets the opportunity to flex their own different things. That's beautiful. Mwah. Ah, language, you brilliantly, weirdly confusing mess that enables us to exist in semi-cohesion, I'd say. It's the only thing that explains all of the contradictions we've run into. Sir Blue Knight, with that imagination of yours, you could aspire to write fantasy stories. A nice try, I must admit. However, this line of assertion is futile. There is a glaring contradiction in your words. Is it that the spell would have had to been cast first before Godor, and then you wouldn't say it again? Because right now, or is it that the Talea Magica is claiming that we've got Godor and the familiar spell, of which... yeah. Another contradiction. Whatever are you referring to, Inquisitor Barnum? It's the fact that the Talea Magica doesn't have the spell Godor on it, right? This is the Talea Magica that was used in this incident. As we have established, there are two magic gems in it. One for the gold transmutation spell, Goldor, and one for the shadow familiar spell, Familia. A witch in possession of this staff would not have been able to cast Godor. Yes, you're absolutely right. But you cannot write off all the evidence supported by my theory as mere coincidence. Why must your agreement always be followed by a but? What I'm getting at is this Talea Magica is not genuine. Not genuine? Oh, I like how Phoenix just managed to figure that one out by himself and didn't give us the opportunity to tell him that.
That's right, and naturally, the one responsible for this deception is the real culprit of the crime. Enough of the suspense. It's too much for a man of my age. The defense shall reveal what is meant by this so-called deception. Well, it's the Familia spell must be fake, right?
Got it.
Familia must be fake. First, I want to clarify one thing. Can we be certain that this Telea Magica in question is authentic? Without a doubt. The metal rod in its center is called the Spinal Magica. The witch's mark on the tip is clearly visible and highly detailed. It is impossible to forge, even by the finest of craftsmen in all of Labyrinthia, so I can guarantee you its authenticity. And that leaves us with only one possibility. The forgery in question is the Familia Magic Gem. What? A forged magic gem?
Objection!
That is an insult to our investigation.
Objection.
Only witches can use the power of these magic gems, can't they? So tell me, how can you know whether a magic gem is the real thing or not?
Objection!
Hold it there. We know for certain that the spell Goldor was used. It is undoubtedly not forged. That's not the one I asked about, but what about Familia? Did anyone actually see a Familia at the crime scene? That's... 3 months ago, when an investigation was carried out into Sir Belduke's death, the results yielded the following conclusion. The spell Familia had been used to summon a Familia, which, in turn, carried out the murder. And the witch used exactly that to her advantage. Another similar incident at the same crime scene. Don't you think that would be the perfect opportunity for the witch to frame the defendant for her crimes? The defendant would be blamed for both the Professor and Sir Belduke's deaths. And she'd be taken for the real witch. Oh! That was the real culprit's objective. Great. Who is the real who is it? That's the problem. There is a chapter in the Magic Archives, an old collection of tales. There is a chapter in the Magic Archives, an old collection of tales of the occult, about the way to test whether or not a magic gem is genuine. How can we test it, my lord? It is very simple. A genuine magic gem is composed of a material which is density lower than that of pure water. All you need do is see if the magic gem floats on water. That is simple indeed. All non-magical minerals in our world, with the exception of sepolite and a few other special kinds, sink in water. Ooh, what is sepolite? Or sepiolite. S-E-P-I-O-L-I-T-E. What is sepiolite? Sepiolite is a soft white clay mineral often used to make tobacco pipes, also known as a meerschaum pipe, complex magnesium silicate. Interesting. Which typical chemical formula for that is Mg4Si6O15 brackets OH2 dot 6H2O. It can be present in fibrous, fine particulate, and solid forms. Interesting. Very interesting. Yep. Dry porous masses float on water. It is a specific gravity of 2, apparently. Whatever that means to anyone who has any interest in that. But that's nice. I like learning all this stuff. These eerily sparking magic gems, however, will never sink when put into water. So the magic gem is polystyrene!
These aren't magic gems at all. They're cheap and tacky. Watch. Smashes it onto the thing and it just falls into bits. Is that it's a fucking ping? It's just a plastic mold. All right. Magic gems are fake. What's up with this trial? This is not how it was supposed to be. It's all right, darling. Don't cry. You'll get to see a witch burning today. Sir Barnum never disappoints. Hush now. There. Jesus Christ. Barnum. Defender, if your theory is correct, this could be the biggest occult crime in history. But another important question remains. I wonder if you can answer it. Who is this supposed real witch that threw the Telea Magica through the portal? That's not my job, but yes it is. Real witch. There's only one other person that comes to mind. Frankly, I still find it hard to believe. But it's the only possibility. Once I indict her, there'll be no turning back. Knowing the consequences, should I give them her name? Mr. Wright? Huh? In Labyrinthia, witches are punished by fire. I think you know that's going too far. But, even in a world that seems so insane to you, those who take the lives of others must be punished. That's a universal law, isn't it? The witch turned the professor into a golden statue, and that's not all. She took the life of the alchemist too, and now she's trying to pin the whole thing on Maya. I can't just let her get away with that. Well then, defense, let us hear your theory. Who is this witch responsible for using Godor and then throwing the scepter through the resulting portal? The butler to Sir Belduke, the alchemist. They have looked after their residence and research since his death. Jean Greyo.
Take that!
When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. There's only one logical possibility. It has to be that person. The real witch is Jean Greyo. Greyo? I've heard that name somewhere. Wait, isn't that the butler who served Sir Belduke? That's correct.
Objection!
Oh boy. What is this about? You seem to love rolling out these ridiculous suggestions, but you ignore the obvious. Jean Greyo is male presenting. Inquisitor Barnum, tell me one thing. Is it only females who can be witches? Are you daft? Of course it's only females. Never in the history of this court has there ever been a male witch. You're so utterly ignorant. You should be ashamed of yourself. Alright, well, I'd like to ask another question. Is Jean Greyo really a male? What? What a ludicrous question. The defense is certain that Jean Greyo is the witch responsible for using magic on Professor Layton.
Objection!
I mean, I don't believe that's to be the case either. Will you stop fooling around? This is a groundless accusation. Like, seriously, like, because we know the spell Godor was used after all of this, but the thing is that the transmutation spell works, transmutation spell is the first thing in sight. You needed to put Godor up first, then turn the professor, then the spell Godor is used again. Godor opens and lasts for 5 minutes. As a result, you do not need to cast Godor twice. It's not like an Amir Dimir situation where you've got to cast it to reappear and disappear. This is a case of
something different. It doesn't make sense.
Objection!
Groundless, you say? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. At the time of the crime, Jean Grail was in the room next to the alchemist's study. And one of the walls in that very room was painted green. It was. What's more, that green wall was the one adjacent to Sir Belduke's study. What? This is madness! Inquisitor Barnum, quickly, have the butler summoned to the court. Have Jean Grail brought here immediately. These games don't give Phoenix enough chance to be cool. That's why I love when Phoenix pops up. It is pretty fun, yeah. Certainly, my lord. It shall be done. Alright, to be continued?
There is no need for that.
Yeah. Took a really long time to load that in, but that's fine.
I shall come down right away.
Ah, it's you.
I guess you were loading in all the voice lines, probably.
Well then, Mr. Wright, shall we begin?
Yeah. Alright, let's go. Jean Grail. It would seem this trial has turned into a new direction. I think we all need a bit of time to take it in. Shall we take a brief intermission? Inquisition. Hang on, sorry. One moment. Sharpen your swords and wits to prepare yourselves for the next stage of this battle. Yes, Your Honor. It shall be done, my lord. By the time we resume, the examination into the magic gem should have ended as well. Now, the court is adjourned for a brief intermission. There's the to be continued. So, what have we learned so far? I mean, I'm pretty sure I figured out this entire case. I just don't have a motive yet, unfortunately. But that's fine. Do we want to save? Yes, we will save. Take over chapter 2. We'll do a 100% pick a run point at some point and maybe feel better about life. Why is the professor just standing here? So, it's gotta be that, young butler? I know what you're thinking. I couldn't quite believe it at all at first either. But the evidence and circumstances all point to the butler. They have to be the witch. At least it'll be certain if the magic gem turns out to be a fake. But if that's the case, then Sir Belduke's murderer was also... Yeah, it would be Grail. What we have learnt after 2 cases where the misheard incantation was involved and every labyrinthian needs a hearing test. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that would be Grail. No, it can't be true. She wouldn't have done that. Isabella? I know, Jean. He held Sir Belduke in the greatest of respect. Jean didn't kill him. I'm sure of it. Jean Grail, are you really what people think you are? There are still so many unknown factors in this trial. Ah! Oh, Luke. It's Luke. I'm sorry, Maya. What I did was unforgivable. Luke? What are you saying, Luke? All you did was testify about what you saw. But I should have trusted you. Well, you trust us now, right? Anyways, Luke, it was thanks to you that we discovered new information. Thanks to me? Sure, you got Cracker to testify. That was a great idea. I wish I could talk to animals.
Don't you too, Isabella? Oh yes, I'd love to have a chat with Eve. So, Luke, will you teach us how to do it? Pretty please? Yeah, of course. I can try. Yay! That's a promise, right? Mr. Wright? What is it, Luke? Do you mind if I join you from now on? Not at all, Luke. Not at all. I realised during the trial that in this strange town, even what you see with your own eyes may not be real. That's why I'm not giving up yet. Professor, I know he'll return. I can't give up hope. You know, that's what I've been thinking about too. Really? I have a feeling he'll reappear again when we get into trouble and help us out. Because, I mean, that's the professor we're talking about here. Right! And remember what he always says? Look forward to the future. Always look on the bright side. I don't think that was the professor who said that. Defender, accused! The intermission's over. Return to the courtroom. Let's go. It's time to bring this trial to a close. Oh, I have something for you, Mr. Wright. Here, please, take it. Maybe it will come in handy in the trial. A letter, huh? Let's see who it's from. Wait, Newton Belduke? There's several sheets of parchment inside, but they're all blank. Also, why is this one burned? That wasn't my fault. I wasn't looking for anything. Don't worry about it. Let's go. The professor and I got this when we went to see the storyteller. Thank you, Luke. The more info we have, the better. You're welcome. Blank letter added to the court records. Alright then. I've got no proof that it was Jean Greyo who turned the professor into gold. Also, it doesn't make sense in the fucking slightest because gold ore was used before gold ore. No one has thought that through yet. Even if the magic gem is a fake, it's still not decisive evidence. I don't know what will happen next, but I do know this battle's far from over. Alright. I mean, the first thing we do is we immediately test the gem on the cravat. We will now resume the trial of the Miss Fay. First things first, the occult crime analysts have finished examining the evidence. They have tested the 2 magic gems from the witch's scepter. Goldor floated on the surface of the water, whereas Formalia sank. It was said that genuine magic gems float in pure water, wasn't it? Thus, it has been established that the Formalia magic gem is a fake. And with that, we're now unsure of what other magic could have been used. Order! Order! Order in the court! Shaman! That wasn't even the first part, was you had to testify and ended up implicating Maya. Mexon! And howdy, welcome on in. Shaman, so essentially, Luke was a witness, and Luke testified on this. So yes, but obviously, like, he was concerned. He was like, why is Maya out of the case of admission? Just put her back up there. Yeah, well, she's on trial. But Maxon, it is good to see you here. We hope you all find yourselves well. And welcome on in, Shaman King, as well. It is a pleasure to see you all here. You join us for the, I would say conclusion, but I think this has got a long way to fucking go, if I'm honest. This does not prove that Godor was used, of course. Nonetheless, the defense's theory does now seem more plausible. The court considers it worth more looking into more. You have no objection to that, do you, Inquisitor Barnum? Yes. No, we don't. No, my lord. The layer magic has been updated. Now then, bring in the witness. Well, they're not the... Well, I guess they are. They're not a witness, are they? It's gone. It's gone entirely. Witness, state your name and profession. My name is Jean Grail. I served the late Master Belduke. Since his death, I have been tending to his dwelling and putting his research materials in order. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something a bit different about Grail now.
Witness, there is something we need to clarify first of all. As you are no doubt aware, you have been accused of being a witch.
Therefore, it is vital that you tell us. Are you a boy or a girl?
Oh, it's gonna be a fun trial. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell this right now. There's a reason why on Twitch that the one of our follower emotes is the pride flag. It is because all LGBTQIA plus members are indeed important members of society and humanity. Because trans rights are humans' rights, and that is the only thing that is ever worth being said on said topic. But of course, this game came out in 2012, so is it 2012 or 2014? It is 12 years old, minimum, when people didn't actually really think much on that topic. So we will treat that in that moment. Plus, as well, as is evident by the fact that we're in medieval times, trans people didn't exist in medieval times, even though there's clear evidence and understanding of that. Same with homosexuality in nature and in people throughout that course of time. But hey, let's just ignore that and pretend it doesn't exist.
Please hold on.
Why? What is it?
Excuse my rudeness, my lord, but at this time, I do not intend to answer that question. Why do you refuse to answer, witness? I had been following this trial from the gallery, and I'm fully aware of the utterly absurd accusations made against me.
Your Honor, Jean Grail's a girl. Listen to the pitch of her voice beeps. They're higher than Barnum's!
Yes, but unfortunately, objection. Luke's pips are different too. How do we not believe that Luke's pips make him a witch as well? Alchemy. That is such a good catch, by the way, Lycan. That is a fucking awesomely subtle hint to the whole thing. But hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah to that. That's fucking awesome. Oh shit, I just went over that one. Alchemy is the art pursued by Master Belduke, is concerned with the rules and logic that govern nature. As someone who has been helping Master Belduke for quite some time, I dare say your theory is both illogical and impossible.
Objection!
The witch's scepter was thrown into the crime scene through a portal created by the magic spell Godor. That portal could only have been opened from your room. And what's more, one of the walls in your room is painted green. I believe anyone is free to paint their walls in whichever color they please. Besides, your theory relies on one magic gem being a fake. While that may have been proven true, another question has arisen. Where could the genuine magic gem be? Ah, cheeky bastard. This is one of the things that I do like that they do, is in a lot of the later they're different because Luke's they use the styles. Yes, I know. I jest with you, Lycan. But it's a fun thing that they do, where villains who are so sure because they've gone out of their way to do something, they will naturally lean towards that as an alibi, you know, I'm trying to think of an example from the previous games that I know they do it. Oh, another great example. Luke at me. I couldn't have been the one who killed Mr. whatever the fuck his name was over at the security thing. I was Master Mask, and I have proof on this thing. That's why he's so vehemently lent onto that side of things. The fact it was fake, they have to present it as fake anyway, because if not, then their alibi may never appear in the first place. So that's always a fun thing, and why in all of these cases they have to lean on that stuff, because that's their alibi. They have to present something that's fake because otherwise they are more suspicious, which is ironic because if they didn't present something to their case, they would actually be more secure, because eventually we wouldn't pick apart this stuff, or it may take longer, at which point then we run out of credibility with everyone. It's
It must have been swapped with the fake one and discarded somewhere else. I'm afraid that's impossible. Why? If we assume, as you have claimed, that the witch used the spell Godor, that would mean the magic gem must have been swapped after creating the portal. So tell me, when and where would the witch have disposed of the magic gem? I see your point. Several people paid witness to the incident, and the Knights of the Inquisition arrived at the scene immediately after. Yeah. During that time, no one left the building, and the whole place was meticulously searched. Naturally, my room was searched as well, although there was not much to see as I have few personal belongings. Despite our inspection, nothing resembling a magic gem was found. I assure you, we have not overlooked anything. I would swear it on my honor as a knight. Fair enough. So, Mr. Wright, if you wish to accuse me of being a witch, should you not first prove that there is a connection between me and this missing magic gem? Were the people searched? Well, I mean, they didn't leave, so possibly not, but probably. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could please approach this matter in a rational way, like an alchemist. The house was searched very soon after the crime. If the gem wasn't found, then it means Grail hid it somewhere. Why the Knights of the Inquisition would not have looked. Where could it be? The witness has made a valid argument. How will the defense respond? We already had a case of a man hiding a murder weapon in his wheelchair. That's true, yeah. The knights who searched Sir Belduke's premises weren't looking for a magic gem. That's why there is a certain place they didn't consider searching. Interesting. You really don't give up easily, do you? In that case, perhaps you could tell us all where this magic gem is. Alright, it's in Grail's possession. Sir Belduke's premises were thoroughly searched. I don't think anyone would have been able to miss anything there. You anticipated that, and that's why you hid it in a blind spot that you knew wouldn't occur to the knights. A blind spot, you say? Well, where is it? Well, it's somewhere on Jean Grail's person. What? It's on the witness? Don't tell me the witness has it in their pocket. You're just guessing, aren't you? You think you can just say anything you like? By the way, I'm afraid there are no pockets in my clothes. That's another sign you are a woman! No woman's clothing has pockets! That much is certain! Objection, Your Honor! You see what the witness has just stated? No female clothing has pockets. Objection. Yes, be that as that may, anyone can wear female clothing. Shit! This is the second time I've seen Grail today, and both times I've had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Maybe it's just me, but could it be related to the whereabouts of the magic gem? Defense, show the location of the magic gem. Where do you think this witness hid the gem on the day of the crime? That would be right there.
Got it.
Yeah. Witness! We met for the first time at Sir Belduke's premises. Objection. Objection! Clearly a male from Team Galactic with a Team Galactic haircut. Objection! What the fuck is a Team Galactic? Because let's be honest here, Phoenix doesn't know what a Nintendo DS is. He doesn't know what a Pokemon is. I'm pretty sure every game console he owns would just be called the Nintendo. At the time, you had an amethyst attached to your collar. Oh, that's right. Mr. Grail always wears that gemstone. Alchemists believe that amethysts emit positive energy. Amethysts are purple. But when I saw you in the waiting room this morning...
That gemstone you were wearing was green, not purple. So my question now is, where has it gone? Where is that amethyst that you supposedly always wear?
Objection!
Wait just a minute. The witness wears a purple gemstone. Is something amiss, Inquisitor Barnum? Amethysts are purple. Barnum 2026, best Inquisitor in the land. When we arrived at the crime scene, the witness came out to meet us. I recall the witness wearing a gemstone, but that gemstone was green. Green? Well, amethysts aren't green, although amateurs sometimes mistake parasolite for amethyst, but that's irrelevant now. What is parasolite? Prasolite. Prasolite? I just want to see what this is. Oh, it is a green gem. Also known as green amethyst or vermarine, is a green transparent variety of quartz, which derives its color from the Fe ions within it. Is a green transparent variety of quartz which derives its color from the presence of Fe2+ ions within the crystalline structure. Prasolite is not the only green variety of quartz and should not be confused with fast cryophrase, chrome, cadelys, or quartz colored by inclusions of chlorite or epidote. Cool. So is the judge just like, is he just a geologist in his spare time? Because that's kind of cool. Because he knew a lot of material stuff on the other things, which is kind of fun. Witness, you've been trying to pin the blame on the defendant. In order to do that, you replaced the gold or magic gem with a regular gemstone. We thought the witch who killed Sir Belduke had used the spell Formalia. You knew that if a witch's scepter with the Formalia and gold or magic's gems attached was discovered at the crime scene, the suspect would be accused of committing both crimes, and that's precisely what happened. The girl captured at the crime scene was accused of slaying both Sir Belduke and Sir Layton. That was your plan. You removed the gold or magic gem from the scepter and inserted your amethyst in its place. And then, you attached the gold or gem to your collar. That's why, when we saw you shortly after the incident, you were wearing a green gemstone. To think that was in fact a magic gem.
Order! Order! Witness,
Ooh.
is that true?
I can't recall.
This amounts to nothing more than conjecture. I do not believe you have any solid proof.
Yep.
However, I have to concede that you have surmised a logical connection between me and the missing magic gem.
I do like the judge seems a lot more impartial compared to Robert. Yes, I agree with whatever Edgeworth says. Yes. That's true.
Consequently, I am prepared to answer your questions.
Okay. Well, let's hear the voice change. I hope they don't do a voice change, honestly. Please don't do a voice change. Please don't do a voice change. Let them just have that slightly deeper voice, please.
And finally, your gender.
Well, it feels like we're in 2026 in the US Border Patrol at this rate.
My name is Jean Grail. I have been serving the late Master Belduke. As you can see, I wear a butler's outfit. But the truth is, as the defense claims, I am...
Oh, fuck off! No! No! You don't need to change the voice. Let them keep the same voice. There is no reason to change it. You bastards. Oh, let me guess. Long hair reveal. Long hair, you must be a girl.
A girl? Unbelievable.
Yep.
What? The butler is a girl?
Yep. Okay.
Order in the court! Jean Grail, are you declaring to this court that you are in fact female?
Yes.
But everyone in town was under the impression that you are a boy.
Yes.
Did you hear that? The butler's a girl. Doesn't that make her a maid? I knew there was something suspicious about him. I mean her. You know why, right? Think about it. All that alchemy, it's mighty suspicious.
Just listen to them. Listen to their wild gossip and accusations. Alchemists pursue knowledge of the rules that govern nature, but to the townspeople, alchemy is no more different than magic. Had they known I was a girl, they would have taken me for a witch.
Very good, Grail. Very good.
Very, very good deflection. And immediately, too. That's what Master Belduke was worried about. He told me it would be safer to pretend to be a boy. In other words, you disclose that you're a female, but deny that you're a witch. Naturally. I would have thought that was obvious. She knew that once her gender came into question, she wouldn't be able to conceal it. That's why she made this public now. It was the most rational choice for her. Exactly. That's one of the things. Information spreading of your own accord is information you can control. It's why people tend to jump the gun on information so it doesn't become gossip and hearsay about them. It's, you know, I didn't want you hearing this from somebody else, but blah 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 blah, coming into things. That's what it is. Information that you present yourself. Not only does it make you look like a better person, because people won't people will look to you as being honest and open about information rather than hearing it and then accusing you of not telling them something. Like, that's where it comes to. And second of all, you get to gauge the initial reaction and control how everyone is with it, which is a lot more important. Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you one question? Has all the evidence in this Golden Gentleman case already been presented? Why do you ask? As it stands, you do not have a single piece of evidence proving that I am a witch. Given the lack of pertinent evidence against me, I would like to be permitted to return to my duties.
What say you, Inquisitor Barnum?
It has been proven that the two gems were swapped. However, it may also have been possible for the accused to have done so.
Objection!
What?
Maya had no reason to swap the gems! This is a place of judgment. There is no need for us to understand the reason behind a criminal's actions. Fuck off! Huh? After all, those who we judge are otherworldly creatures. They are witches. Oh, it's a fucking God moves in mysterious ways bullshit. It is impossible for a human being to understand the reasonings of a witch. Fuck off, Barnum, you prick! Oh my god. Is there nothing we can do? At this rate, Maya will be... Mr. Wright! Mr. Wright! What do you think of my little dance? Barnum still thinks Maya is a witch. We've made it this far, and yet it feels like we're back at stage 1. Oh, fuck off. Yep. It seems there are no more rational arguments against me. Now, if you will kindly excuse me. I don't have much on Grail when it comes to the professor's case. But should I just let her go? Ask about the other case then. That's the thing we do. Ask about the other case. There's nothing else I can follow up on regarding the professor's case. So, what can I do? There's only one other option. Miss Grail, I have to ask you to remain at the witness stand. Is there something else you wish to ask me? Your testimony is not over yet. There's still something you need to tell us about. Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I cannot help you. I have told you all I could about this incident. And I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea, Miss Grayle. Your Honor, what this witness needs to testify about is not the Professor's unfortunate incident, but rather the incident from 3 months ago, namely Sir Belduke's death. As she was present in the building at the time, working as a live-in butler, she needs to testify about the events of that day. About Sir Belduke's death? The fact that one of the magic gems was swapped leads me to a single conclusion. Both crimes, the murder of Sir Belduke and the transmutation of the Professor, were the work of the same witch. I don't think so, but anyway. The truth behind the alchemist's death may also hold the answers to this case. What is your opinion on this, Inquisitor Barnum? I'll allow you to have your way this time, Sir Blue Knight. The Inquisition has no objections. Come on, get something good. Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum. It seems you have lost that unyielding attitude so admired by the townspeople. Here you are now, letting a novice defender lead you by the nose. It is hard to believe that you have been known as the unwavering sword of justice for your usually cool-headed judgment. You know little about me, witness. Barnum's on a good point! Really cooperative for Barnum. I know! Barnum wants the truth. It doesn't matter who presents it and things. Right? Do you think I care about defending my name? It is this town that I wish to defend. Yeah! You're still a cab, just with a K instead of a C. I still love that. Sir Belduke's murder is the only case to have remained unsolved for so long. Jean Greyo, you shall now testify about it. Very well. All right then. As demanded by both the defense and Inquisition, the witness will testify about Sir Belduke's death. Any questions? No, my lord. I must, however, mention one more thing before we begin. If it cannot be proven that Jean Greyo is a witch, as claimed by the defense, the court will irrevocably consider Maya Fey to be the witch responsible for both crimes. Is that understood? You have no choice, Sir Blue Knight. If you don't want the trial to end right now, ready your sword and face the challenge that awaits. But the opponent is a real witch. It's a gamble that puts Maya's life at stake.
Nick?
Aw, Maya?
No witch is gonna outwit you in court. You're an ace attorney after all.
Hey, roll credits!
So, let's do it.
Alright then. The defense accepts the conditions. Let's proceed with the trial. Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin. Alright. We shall start with a brief summary of the incident. The third gamble with Maya's life at stake, Phoenix. Yeah, you know. Third time's a charm's the wrong thing to say! About 3 months ago, in the dead of night, Sir Belduke the Alchemist was murdered. It looks like Edgeworth. It looks like ye olde Edgeworth. The crime took place in his study, just as with this incident. The room has been locked from the inside. The victim was found still seated in his chair at his desk, so we can assume he was attacked while working. There were very clear strangulation marks visible on his neck.
Oh, there's something trickling down from his mouth. Is that blood? Yes, most likely. The victim probably bit his tongue as he was struggling with his assailant. And you said earlier that some white powder was spilled all over the floor, correct? Yes. Hence, we expected to find the killer's footprints. However, there were none. The killer must have somehow approached the victim without stepping on the floor. After murdering Sir Belduke, the killer left the room without opening the door. Well, now we know there's a second entrance to the door. Everything you thought about it completely goes out the fucking window. Undoubtedly, the crime must have been committed with the use of witchcraft. The body was discovered the following morning by the butler, Miss Greyle. But it was found by Greyle, huh? Thank you, Inquisitor Barnum. The court illustrator's sketches will be added to the evidence. Fantastic. Now, witness, begin your testimony. Tell us about the events spanning the night of the crime, from the evening beforehand until you discovered the body. Okay. The night of the crime. At around 1 o'clock at night, I excused myself and left Master Belduke to his study. When I called him for breakfast in the morning, he did not respond. The door to his study was locked. A neighbour had come to visit just then, so we forced the door open together. All the potions and other concoctions from the study had been confiscated. I wonder if they are being properly stored. Potions and concoctions were confiscated? The victim was an alchemist after all. We were hoping the items confiscated from his study could provide some clues. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. Hey, Cap! The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darklaw. It has caused me great difficulty, as I have not been able to put Master's research materials in order as a result. The confiscated items shall be returned as soon as Sir Belduke's murder is resolved. I shall be looking forward to that. Defense, you may begin the interrogation. Okay. Right. I think we're going to have to start by pressing everything, because that's all we can really do. At around 1 o'clock at night, I excused myself and left Master Belduke in his study. Now, when you say 1 o'clock at night, do you mean when it was dark outside and therefore it was 1 o'clock in the morning? Because it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no 1 o'clock at night.
Hold it!
Yes. So, you last saw him alive at 1 a.m., is that correct? Yes. Master had a habit of conducting his experiments at night, so it was the usual time for me to finish my work. Weren't you helping him with those experiments? He would sometimes have some errands for me, but alchemists generally keep their experiments a secret. That's why I would always excuse myself at that time, unless Master had some other tasks for me. And that night there was no more work for you? That's correct. I wished Master a good night as I shut the door behind me, and then heard him lock the key. There was nothing unusual about him, at least nothing I noticed. When I called him for breakfast in the morning, he did not respond. The door to his study was still locked. Okay, and what time was that? Master would always take his breakfast at 9 a.m, so it was around that time. So, you didn't have the key to Sir Belduke's study, is that correct? Yes, there is only one key to that room, and Master always kept it with him. Master's research was a very delicate matter, you see. We had to take strict measures to prevent outsiders from entering that room. Occasionally, delinquents would try to make off with one or other of Master's medicaments. Thieves stealing from an alchemist. Can't tell if that's incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Probably a little of both.
That's why the door to that room is made from thick oak wood. I wouldn't have been able to force the door open on my own. She couldn't have entered the room before then. Yeah. A neighbor had come for a visit just then, so he forced the door open. Who's the neighbor? Wait, you mean you broke the door? The only key to that room was in Sir Belduke's pocket. The only way to enter the study was to break the door open. And you managed that with the help of a neighbor who came to visit. Yes, it wasn't a social visit, mind. He came as a patient. A patient? Can you tell me more about him?
Objection!
The victim's neighbor is irrelevant. He has nothing to do with this case. I think you're pushing it this time. A witness is hardly irrelevant. What's got him so shaken? He looks as if he's just had a rush of blood to the head. Master Belduke had been making very potent medicines, among other things. We would get people coming in from the town at all hours of the day or night, asking for them. And yet, in return for all the help Master Belduke offered, people would gossip about him dabbling in witchcraft. So, you broke the door together with the neighbor? Yes, when I explained the situation to him, he brought over an axe. Then he proceeded to attack the door with great force, smashing it into splinters. I see. By the way, about that neighbor... Who was the... No, it's me! Hey!
It's time for Emir's grand entrance. Did you miss me, guys?
Oh my goodness! Yes, I kinda did. I like how Luke could barely pop his head over the stand.
Order! Could it be that it was you who...
Where are you looking, old man? I'm right here.
Yeah!
That's who I am. I'm the alchemist's neighbour and a witness in that case too.
Passion for justice, seeing within. Emir is always at the crime scene.
Objection!
It's you again. You're the guy from earlier, right?
Yep, that's me. Here's the name. How you been, Bluey?
Are you really the alchemist's neighbor? Seriously?
I know, right? Freaky coincidence, eh? But yeah, his house is next to mine.
Ridiculed earlier, Emir returns, drinking like a king. He never ever learns. I love how his name is question mark again. That's why I tried to stop you from asking about the neighbor.
Huh? What's so cold, Inquisitor Barnum?
Unable to hold his steady, cold gaze, Emir drinks fast, as if in a daze. And the musician standing next to you.
Oh yeah, that's me private bard, Bradley. A right musical genius.
Hold on. Oh, dearie me.
Oh, dearie me. Well, no use shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. Let's move on. Witness, since you're already here, you may as well add to your testimony. Testify about what you witnessed on the morning after the crime.
Hey, you can count on me. It dawned on me then, the witch cast Familia, just like in this
Objection!
I'm not even going to pretend. There's something you don't seem to understand here, Mr. Emir. The Familia gem in this witch's scepter is a fake. The gem is useless. Just like this buffoon's testimony. Therefore, your testimony doesn't hold water.
Just like anything else he says. What? Ignored and scorned without credibility, will majestic Emir now show humility? What? Fake? You should have listened to the trial more carefully. I love how he's just a fucking idiot the whole time. Well, now that has been dealt with, Inquisitor Barnum, this witch's scepter was not discovered at the crime scene when Sir Belduke was murdered, is that correct? Indeed. We deduced that Formalia must have been used, however.
Objection!
But that Formalia magic gem was a fake. That much has been demonstrated today. What's more, as we've learned from Cracker the Parrot's testimony, the witch used the spell Godor. The fact that there's a green wall at the crime scene corroborates that.
Objection!
But how can you prove it was there at the time? That wall may not have been painted green 3 months ago. And besides, no one could have passed through a portal so small. To be honest, I've started wondering, were Sir Layton's and Sir Belduke's murders actually committed by the same witch? I don't believe so. However, I want to look at details on this. Hey, the green is there! Fuck you, the green is there. The green is right there. Okay, it's fine.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'd like to remind you that it was Your Honor, I'd like to remind you that was the Inquisition's claim. Gah! He's right, though. It's got to be the same culprit in both cases. And, at the very least, it's possible that the witch used the spell Godor to commit Sir Belduke's murder. What? In that case, I will ask the defense to show us proof. Do you have proof that the witch could have used Godor to kill Sir Belduke? Yes.
Take that!
I'd like you to take a look at these. Aren't those the court illustrator's sketches? As you can see from this sketch, the victim was seated at his desk when he was murdered. And what can you see right behind the victim? A small landscape painting. Thank you, Inquisitor, but there's one more point of note. Look closely at the painting. Do you notice anything behind it? Oh, I see. The wall behind it has already been painted green. Which means the witch could have used the portal spell 3 months ago.
Objection!
Duh. One moment, my lord. Consider how small that portal would have been. Could a witch have passed right through it? I think not. Maybe you don't need to. Of course, the witch would not be able to go right through it. However, if you look at the distance between the portal and the victim, you'll notice that the victim, Sir Belduke, was sitting just an arm's length from where the portal would have been. The witch did not have to enter the room at all. All she had to do was reach through with her arms in order to strangle Sir Belduke, who was sitting right under the painting. Order! Inquisitor Barnum, what say you to that? A fascinating theory, Sir Blue Knight. Duh! But there is a notable contradiction within it. Where would that be? Tell me, why do you think we concluded that Formalia had to have been used? We had a certain reason for it, of course. And what is that reason exactly? The crime scene had been tampered with. How so? Imagine the circumstances of Sir Belduke's death, and it should become obvious, even to you. The victim was choked to death. And yet there were no signs of a struggle. Highly improbable, don't you think? What are you getting at? Think about it. Can you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly, there should be evidence of a struggle.
And since we haven't found any, it must mean that the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene.
Indeed, that would be the logical conclusion.
Now surely it would be impossible to do any such thing, had the witch only reached inside through a portal. In order to cover up the evidence she left behind, the witch had to use a familiar. Without doing so, there would have been no point in her using the spell Godor.
Objection!
Also, why not just use Goldor at that point? Like, just turn him to gold. Miss Grail could have done it. She might have been able to tamper with the crime scene. What are you talking about? The morning of the crime, from the time Miss Grail and that guy entered the study, until the arrival of the Knights of the Inquisition, there was a window of time where she had the opportunity to do so. We need to look into what happened in that window!
It seems we may be in need of another testimony. Witnesses, testify about what happened in the time between the body being found and the Knights of the Inquisition arriving.
Sure thing! Ask me anything. I'll tell you all you need to know.
Oh, glorious Emir, tell us more. Maybe you won't be laughed at as before. Only 2 people accessed the crime scene in that time, Grail and Emir. Believe it or not, Emir is the key witness to this case.
Right then. I broke down the door with a sword. I broke down the door with a swing of the alchemist slumped. I saw the alchemist slumped in his chair. Gave me a jolt. The fella hurried to all the Knights of the Inquisition. Never entered the study. What did I do then? I was asked to keep an eye on things, so I went in and have a look at everything. All that made me pretty drowsy, so I went into a little nap on the couch.
He's getting drunker and drunker as the night goes on. Wait, what? Mr. Emir, you said the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Yep, he never set foot in there. The moment he saw Belduke, he told me to stand guard till the Knights of the Inquisition arrived. And then off he went. What a resourceful apprentice that alchemist has, I thought to myself.
I almost feel sorry for you, Sir Blue Knight. After all, your suspect couldn't have tampered with the crime scene.
That can't be true. Defense, please proceed with the interrogation.
Yes, Your Honor. I have to find something here. Why did he get drowsy after discovering the body? I broke down the door with a saw the alchemist slumped in his chair, gave me a jolt. Before you smashed the door, did you check that it was really locked?
Course I did! We tried to get it open without resorting to brute force, but it wouldn't budge. So I went to fetch me lovely little axe.
His wooden enemy stood tall and still, yet Emir sprang forth. It was overkill.
Did you think I lied about the door being locked? No, of course not. Boy, she's so sharp she might cut herself. Or me, most likely me.
So then I went inside. The alchemist was slumped in his chair.
While we're at it, allow me to confirm something. When you entered the room, did the victim look the way he does in this sketch?
Yep, that's it. Spot on. Nicely drawn too. You know, at first I didn't know if he was really dead. He just looked like he'd passed out or something from his research.
Oh?
Hang on!
Nope, that's not relevant by the sounds of it. Miss Grail, may I ask you something? Yes, what is it? What do you think about Mr. Emir's testimony? There's nothing amiss. However, Mr. Wright, I can tell what you are thinking. You can? Well, let's see if you're right. When he entered the room, Mr. Emir didn't notice that Master Belduke was dead. On the other hand, I ran straight away to call the Knights of the Inquisition. And so, you suspect that I knew beforehand that Master was dead. That's what you're thinking. Your face is an open book. But isn't that what actually happened? No, I knew something was wrong because Master had very fine manners and would never sleep in his chair. When I saw him like that, I was struck with a very bad realization. I felt certain that something terrible had happened. Yeah.
I have heard about you. The word is that you're very collected and perceptive. It would seem to be the case.
It would be more appropriate to call her calculating. That's very well deflected though, Grail. Very, very well deflected. Again, it's that same idea of her saying the bad thing. If she says it, it doesn't, it weakens its effect on something, you know. And that's why she said it. That's why she cut him off. I can see what you're thinking on things. Whether or not Phoenix was thinking that or not, that was a thought that some others could have. So she tries to dispel it before it becomes a problem. Again, information you manage, or information you reveal is information you can manage. Anyway,
somehow I feel like you're not paying me enough attention here.
That matters not, witness. Let us proceed with the cross-examination.
Matters not, eh? No need to be so rude about it. But it's called a Knights of the Inquisition. He never entered a study.
Hold it!
Are you sure the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Yeah, like I said, he didn't set foot in that room. I went in and sort of didn't know what to do, but the butler sussed out the situation in the blink of an eye. He told me to stand guard, and then he ran out.
You went to call the Knights of the Inquisition, is that correct? That's correct. I went to the nearby garrison. We have the records of what in the crime was reported. They match the witness's testimony. I returned to Master Belduke's house with 2 knights. They began an investigation immediately, taking away Master's research materials and concoctions. In the end, I wasn't able to enter that room that day. There can be no doubt about it. As she is the alchemist's apprentice, she was under close observation following the incident. I wasn't aware of that. So in the end, she didn't have access to the crime scene on that day, huh? By the way, what were you doing at the time?
Huh? What, me? Well, what do you think what I did then? Well, yeah, I was asked to keep an eye on things, so I went to have a bit of a look at everything.
Hold it!
What were you having a look at?
Oh, well, I was asked to take care of the crime scene, weren't I? So I had to, make sure everything was in order. I mean, you know, it's not like I went wild with excitement after he left all his real alchemist room full of mysterious stuff.
I'm sure you didn't, Mr. Sticky Fingers.
And besides...
Besides?
She asked me to look for something, so I was doing that too.
Oh.
Hang on!
Miss Grayle, you looked lost in thought. Oh, were you talking to me? Even she can be caught off guard, if I choose the right moment. You have been listening to Mr. Emir's testimony, haven't you? Yes, I have. He was asked to look for something. Was it you who asked him, I assume? What did you tell him to look for? I think you're mistaken. I don't remember making any request of the sort. Huh?
Oi, Bluey! Were you even listening to what I said? It was a lady that asked me. The butler is a guy, you numbskull.
Oh, Emir. How unintentionally supportive you are.
Hey, what's up? Why is everyone looking at me like that?
To be fair, Emir has been calling Jean he the whole time. Quite a while ago, we learned that the butler Jean Grayle is actually female.
What?
That's why, when you said a lady asked you to search for something, we assumed you weren't Miss Grail. Daydreaming, listening, but not hearing. That look of shock is almost endearing. Why didn't anyone tell me before? Do you require a personal notification? You should have been listening to the trial! Knights of the court, squabbling with a witness is most unseemly. What I would like to know is this. Who was the lady that made the request of Emir?
Oh yeah, it was actually, Miss...
Who are you?
Oh, it's you!
He's absolutely certainly talking about me.
Oh, and you are?
Oh, I'm Letty. Hang on a minute.
It's Mela.
Post-haste.
Ha, I get it. Post-haste. Alright.
Hello, Letty.
But, Miss Letty, who are you precisely?
Me? Who am I? I'm Letty Mailer.
Aw. I like you. You have such a fantastic personality about you. You're great. The courier.
A courier is a person who collects and delivers letters or packages. Yeah, I know that!
It's also a cute little Slither Spire 2 thing. I know. Thanks anyway, Speller. I wish you'd stop misreading my mind. Hold on, Miss Mailer. Do you mean it was you who irresponsibly made such a request of that troublemaker?
Me? Maybe? Yes, I guess so. I asked him to help me find something.
But her voice is up there with Luke's. Fuck. Outrageous. Why was I not informed of this?
I guess no one told you. Maybe because you didn't ask?
It seems we will need to ask you to testify, Miss Mailer. Explain to us how you were involved in this case.
Frankly, I wouldn't say I was involved in anything. Now I'm in a tight spot. I bet it's because that guy said something weird about me.
He's up on me, lass, like that saying goes. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Beats being in a pickle all on your own, eh?
Now then, Miss Letty Mailer, testify about that day. That voice could make windows shatter.
Sir Belduke said he had a letter to send, so I came by to pick it up.
Oh. So now we know there was a third witness.
But Miss Mailer only came to pick up a letter.
That doesn't help us much, does it?
Well, perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye.
A letter, huh? Belduke was about to send a letter to someone before he was killed. It may not be relevant to the case, but something about that is bothering me. Maybe it's worth asking Letty about it. Yeah. Broke down a door, gave me a jolt. So Belduke asked me to pick up a letter. Okay. You mean you came to pick up a letter from Sir Belduke?
Yes, I was told by Sir Belduke that it'd be ready in the morning. What's more, he said it was extremely important. I felt as though the duty was surging within me.
Oh.
Hang on!
What do you got to say here?
Miss Grail, I have a question.
Yes, what is it? Did anything catch your attention during Miss Mailer's statement?
Nothing in particular, and at any rate, to begin with, I was not aware of the fact that the courier visited us that day. Ah, that's right! You weren't there when I arrived! And once I found the letter, I left immediately!
Did you know about this letter, witness?
I would never pry into Master's personal matters, such as his correspondence.
Well, that should conclude the testimony. Yeah. So, no, knows the Yep. I gotta ask her about that and not press and move over. Okay, move over. Okay. you. Let's just keep going through this. Doink. Doink. It was ready in the morning. That's more. He said it was extremely important. Felt as a duty surging within me. And so you visited Sir Belduke's dwellings the morning after he was murdered.
I got a start when I arrived. The door was smashed in and that man was walking around with an axe, rummaging about. As for Sir Belduke, he was slumped in his chair and the butler was nowhere to be found. That brute's gone too far, I thought to myself. You can see why, right?
Of course. Naturally. In your place, I'd have thought the same myself.
That's mean. Anyway, I spoke with him and he told me what happened, so that's when I asked him to help me.
You asked him to look for something?
Yes, the letter. I asked him to search for the letter. But in the end, the guy passed out on the couch. I found the letter myself, then I delivered it.
You actually delivered the letter? That's commitment, all right. About that letter, who, in the name of the noble author, was it addressed to?
I can't tell you that. Sorry, couriers can't disclose that sort of information.
Couriers have a confidentiality obligation. No one wants to have the addresses of their letters made public, after all.
Bitch, the guy's dead! It's in a murder case! I think there's an exception to be made here.
I have personally never sent a letter that would need to be kept secret from the public. But don't look at me like that. I was talking about public opinion on the matter, not my own. Yes. I think I was about to send an important letter. Oh shit, oh shit. I'm reading too much into it.
Shit!
If there's something you want to say, I should have said it. Yeah, so I'll just give it a go and see what happens. Now, the kid's lecturing me how to be a good attorney, huh? Well, that should conclude the test. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, I thought this was this part, and I had to present evidence or some shit. I gotta read into it. Okay, let's get through all of this again.
Hold it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Skip, 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 skip. I fucked that up. The route's gone too far, naturally. That's mean. Yeah. Fuck. It's on the couch. She actually delivered it. Who is it? Letty, you're sweet. Okay. What was it actually? No, don't look at me as a public opinion. Alright, this bit. Belduke was about to send an important letter when he was killed. That letter... kind of rings a bell. Present evidence. It's just a hunch, and it might not have anything to do with this case, but I need to make sure. I need to know more about Belduke's letter.
Witness? Huh? Me? What's up?
The letter Sir Belduke asked you to deliver on that day, was it this one?
Take that!
The letter you found that morning, was it by chance this one here?
Ah! Yes, that's the one! But wait, how did you get it? You're a piece of work, alright.
Objection!
Hold it, Sir Blue Knight! How did you come by that letter? It just sort of fell into my lap, so to speak. It was the professor who found it, but he doesn't need to know that. Defender, just what in the world are the contents of that letter? Well, the letter's blank. What? All this fuss over a blank letter? As you can see, there are some sheets of parchment inside the envelope. Indeed, and there's not a trace of ink on them. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps this one is singed as well. Just whatever happened to that?
It wasn't me!
No, I was accusing you.
Good!
Don't forget that Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He may have used some kind of invisible ink to write that letter. Indeed, that would make sense.
About that, it doesn't make sense to me.
What? Miss Smaler?
The thing is... When I saw that letter, all the pages were full of writing, so, you know.
Objection!
When did you see that page? Hold it, witness. You saw the contents of Sir Belduke's letter? I didn't read it. It's just that, you see... Witness, this is an important matter. You will need to testify about it. You and I was about to do that! Tell us what you know about this letter. Alright then. We're getting somewhere. That night, probably about 1 AM, I made a delivery to Sir Belduke. He was writing a letter at the time. It'll be ready soon, come pick it up by tomorrow morning. That's what he said. I left his study and wished the butler a good night. Then I went home. I went there again the next morning as promised. Sir Belduke was... well, anyway, I looked for that letter. Then that guy went out like a light on the couch. I got a little scared, so I left as soon as I found the letter.
I see. So, you witnessed the victim write the letter?
I wouldn't say witnessed. That sounds legal. The sheets of parchments were on his desk, though. I did see that. And they were, well, covered in writing, margin to margin.
But you don't know what the letter was about.
Telling you would be a breach of our privacy policy, sir. I can't reveal its contents or who it was addressed to.
Oh, of course, I understand.
Frankly, I didn't get close enough to Sir Belduke's desk, I mean. I couldn't make out what he was writing.
In any case, where did you find the letter the morning after the victim was found dead?
On a shelf next to his desk, in a small letterbox.
Wait a minute.
Ah, yes, right there, next to his head. I was a teeny bit scared, though, coming so close to a dead man.
Hold on! Whoa, hold the fuck on! How did you get over there without putting footprints in the powder that was on the floor, unless the powder was spilled after then?
Well, that's where she took the letter from. It was right next to the corpse, huh?
Now that the circumstances are clear, we shall proceed to the cross-examination.
Right. When and how do I present that is the question. That night, probably around night, I made a delivery to Sir Belduke. Let's just keep going. It's pretty late to be making a delivery. Look, he's an alchemist. He gets loads of strange packages. That's why. He'd often order various implements from the glass craftsman, or have someone gather wild herbs for him. He usually carried out his experiments at night, so yeah, he often needed items delivered in the middle of the night. Did Sir Belduke seem to do all that did Sir Belduke seem all that different? Did Sir Belduke seem all that different than normal when you saw him that night? Different? Let me think. Actually, yes. I think it was about 3 days before Sir Belduke's death, I mean. That lightning strike. Yeah.
Hang on.
Not relevant. That's fine. Excuse me, Miss Grail. Oh, what? What is it? Did anything Miss Mailer's statement catch your attention? Well, just the lightning strike. Master Belduke did certainly change that following that event. I wonder why it affected him so much. An alchemist and the sudden appearance of an old bell tower. Could there be some sort of connection between them? Anyway, looks like Grail is as much in the dark about this as I am. By the way, that strange lightning strike was not the result of witchcraft.
I see. Well then, let us carry on. Gonna go back one. It's writing a letter at night. Yep.
Hold it.
Go back through the thing. Back through there. Okay, there's a lot of going through the weeds on this one, which is interesting. So 3 days before Sir Belduke's death, I mean, that lightning strike. Keep moving forward.
Lightning strike? Ah, yes. The sky was clear, and then there was a sudden flash of lightning. Out of nowhere, an old bell tower appeared in flames.
Ah, yes. That certainly was an unusual event.
You seem so calm about it. The tower suddenly materializing in the town is more than just an unusual event, right? I had to deliver delivery for Sir Belduke that evening too. He looked terrified that night, as if he was scared of something. What could he have been afraid of? Was it because of the lightning strike? I was wondering about that too, but well, then that incident happened. Guess he died before she could find out any more. I suggest we get back to discussing the night of the crime. Witness, you arrived at Sir Belduke's residence. What happened then? He was writing a letter at the time. We'll be ready tomorrow. That's what he said. Okay. You saw the letter he was writing? I told you before, there were sheets of parchment with writing on them on his desk. I had a very quick look. There were so many sheets, the letter must have been very long. Then, how can you explain the letter being blank now? How the fuck should I know? Oh, that's just it. That's what I'd like to know as well. I wish I had some earplugs. Sir Belduke, he was holding a pen when I arrived with the delivery, so he was in the middle of writing. And also, he told me to pick up the letter next morning. And then you left his study. Yes. Alright. I left his study and wished the butler a good night and went home. Wait a minute. When you said the butler, do you mean... Miss Greyearl, of course. She was in the corridor carrying a tray. Oh.
Hang on!
There we go. Miss Greyearl, I'd like to ask you something. Oh, certainly. What is it? You stated previously that you excused yourself and left Sir Belduke's study shortly after 1 a.m. Yes, that is correct. However, according to Miss Mailer's testimony, the two of you came across each other while you were waiting outside that room. Why didn't you mention that until now? That's because... I apologize. I'm afraid I completely forgot to mention it. You forgot? Miss Mailer very often comes with deliveries during the night. I did see her that night as well, but I didn't think much of it as it's nothing unusual. She is so quick on her feet to bounce back through things. Very, very good. Probably one of the best witnesses I can think of in any case is Greyearl. Genuinely fantastic. I had no reason to hide that from you. Please, forgive me for the confusion. Yeah. And again, this is one of those things. Notice there, that was information that came to light that she didn't control. It took her a moment to figure something out. That's why it caught her off guard. We need information that she doesn't present to us. That's how we get to her. Well, that kind of thing can happen. Human memory is in no way perfect. I don't imagine there's a problem here, is there? On the contrary, Your Honor. There is one more thing Miss Greyearl forgot to mention. What is it? I'd like you to recall what Miss Mailer said about having met Miss Greyearl that night. Miss Greyearl, of course. She was in the corridor carrying a tray. Well, Miss Greyearl, apparently you were carrying a tray at the time. What do you have to say about that? Yeah, she's nervous, she's concerned, because this is her. She's holding her hair for comfort. Why? She's hunched herself up, she's trying to make herself small. Jean Greyearl, I believe you should add that to your testimony. As you wish, my lord. It's unlikely she really forgot about it. The fact she tried to hide it must mean something. Miss Mailer left just as I was bringing Master his usual drink. Press. What is his drink? What do you mean by usual drink? When Master's experiments continued into late hours, he would always have some juice to ward off sleepiness. What kind of juice? Tomato juice. Oh, hello. What are you thinking?
Hang on!
Oh, no. Excuse me, mister. Mister! Oh, I don't know nothing about it. Nothing!
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh! Oh!
Ymir, you didn't! You didn't! Yes, he did! Yes, he did!
Witness, what have you done this time?
Don't give me that scary look, Inquisitor Barnum. It was only a little bit. Seriously, hardly anything at all.
What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about? The juice, the tomato juice, of course.
The tomato juice. Oh, you didn't. Surely even you wouldn't.
Well, like I told you before, I think I sort of overdid it a bit the previous night. When I woke up, my head was pounding. That's why I went to see the alchemist, right? But you know what happened, and when I was left all alone in the alchemist's study, it kind of caught me eye. The bottle, I mean.
The tomato juice.
I thought it might make the headache go away, you know?
So you drank it? The juice found at the crime scene on an alchemist's table?
Well, why shouldn't I? It's a drink, ain't it? What else do you do with a drink? You drink it, right?
And can you tell us where that bottle is now?
Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing it at the crime scene. It has been confiscated. Confiscated? As I mentioned previously, the occult crime analysts confiscated all of Master's personal belongings from the crime scene.
Yes. Is that so? Well, I believe we should take a note of that bottle and add it to the court record.
Brought to Beldic before his death, Ymir drank some of the juice that following day.
Yeah, so there I was having a bit of juice when that girl came round. And to tell you the truth, I don't quite remember what happened after that.
Yeah, that's when he passed out, huh? Great. I went there again the next morning, as promised. So Belduc was... Well, anyway, I looked for the letter.
Hold it!
You took the letter from the crime scene.
That's right. I took it from the crime scene.
Objection!
Duh. Do you not realize that pinching evidence from a crime scene is in itself a crime worthy of severe punishment?
Well, it might be a crime, sure, but just look at the witch's defender. He's got to defend a witch, using any dirty tricks at his disposal. Dirty tricks? What dirty tricks? It's the same for me, you know. I'm a courier, so come rain or shine, I've got to deliver. Where there's mail, there's mailer.
I was so inspired by the young lady's spirit that I kind of just had to help.
Although inspired by her dedication, he betrayed a lack of concentration.
It is entirely my fault that it came to that. Had I only been at the residence then.
Blech.
Grail was out notifying the knights at the time.
Then that guy went out like a light on the couch. I got a little scared, so I left as soon as I found the letter.
Hold it!
He went out like a light.
He was helping me look for the letter, and then it happened, just out of the blue. He just passed out, that rascal. He collapsed and his eyes rolled back. He wouldn't move.
It almost sounds like he died.
No such luck, unfortunately. That horrible sound. He was grating his teeth. I thought my ears would explode.
Yeah, not sure what came over me. Never happened to me before, sleeping like that. You know, I didn't just fall asleep. More like I sort of blacked out, I guess. No idea why. Oi, you guys, what do you think? Any ideas?
I think it bears no relevance, and there you have my honest answer. And I think it's good that I wasn't there. But the question is, why did he black out like that? It's a tricky one. I don't know if I should present this right now. Because my thought process is he drank that and that was the thing. I have to play it on the err on caution right now. Just right now. I believe that might be where we need to present evidence. Oh, nah, fuck it. Try it. Your Honor, I might have a clue as to why this witness suddenly lost consciousness. You do?
Really? To work it out, Bluey?
If that's the case, may the defense present some evidence. Which piece of evidence shows why the man fell unconscious?
Take that!
Hey, oh, thank fuck for that. Mister, I believe the reason you might have lost consciousness at the crime scene is tied to a certain piece of evidence.
But wasn't it just because, you know, I had a bit too much fun the night before?
No, it was because of this. The tomato juice. You passed out right after drinking this juice. Therefore, it's not unreasonable to assume that there's a direct connection between the two. Duh. Tomato juice does not make people fall unconscious, Sir Blue Knight. Exactly! That's why something must have been added to the contents of that bottle. Something like a soporific, which is just a sleeping, a sleeping drug. Do you mean sleep medicine? And if a soporific were mixed with this tomato juice, that means Sir Belduke would have been unconscious at the time he was assailed. Oh! This sketch! Have another look! The red liquid trickling down from the victim's mouth. It's proof that Sir Belduke must have drank the tomato juice. I had failed to consider this. Inquisitor Barnum, I bet you remember saying this to the court. Can you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly there should be signs and evidence of a struggle. And since we haven't found any, that must mean the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene. However, if the victim was unconscious when his assailant was strangling him, then the killer could have committed the crime through a small portal, big enough to put their arms through after all.
Objection!
That may be so, but tell me this. How would the culprit have managed to obtain such a strong soporific? It was very simple, and I think you've realized why. From the alchemist. That's right. An alchemist would no doubt have a wide array of various medicaments in their possession. And as an apprentice would have little trouble stealing some of them from their study. Isn't that right, Miss Grayle? We're on to her. She's not quite comfortable enough. How should I respond to that? I'm sorry to disappoint you, may perhaps be the best way to put it. What do you mean? Even though that juice bottle has been safely stored for the past 3 months, I'm positive it would have been impossible to find any traces of that soporific now. Soporific. So is it soporific? Yeah. Yeah. You wicked. This is unbelievable. Was it really the butler who did it?
But everything she says holds true.
He was pretending to be a boy. That was mighty suspicious to start with.
Is she a witch? Oh.
All 3 of them.
Hold on, everyone! The butler couldn't have done that to Sir Belduke. She would never, ever do it!
Huh?
Please, let us testify just one more time. Miss Grail, let's tell them! Let's prove they're wrong! They have no idea how much you've done for Sir Belduke! Miss Naylor?
Very well. I shall grant your request. Testify about the relationship between Miss Grail and Sir Belduke.
Oh, that caught her off guard as well. Someone else standing up for her. Oh, now she's got a weight of guilt on her. Okay. Alchemist and his butler. Master took me in, a complete stranger. I will forever be indebted to him. That's why I could never make an attempt on his life, through magic or otherwise. Sir Belduke was a wonderful man. He was the one who recommended this line of work to me. And he's the one who told me about it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I've never broken it once.
It's true that Sir Belduke evoked fear due to him as being of his profession of alchemy. However, he was also a man of admirable character, who supported the townsfolk through his research. Why would anyone want to kill such a man? This question keeps haunting me, however much I think about it.
Witches need no reason behind their evil. That is what makes them witches. Oh. Ooh, that one stung, didn't it?
Now the defense may begin its interrogation.
Right, we're still needling, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Master took me in, a complete stranger. I'll be ever be indebted to him. Why'd he take you in? How long has it been since you began serving, Sir Belduke? I suppose it would be 5 years now. Before that, I'd lost everything. I had nothing and nobody left in this world. You lost everything? That's when Master Belduke helped me. He kindly took me in and gave me work. What did she go through before she started working for Sir Belduke? Later, when I was helping Master with his research, he even taught me how to read and write. I was able to live comfortably for so long, all because of Master. I don't know much about Grail. But she doesn't seem like the type to kill someone she owes so much to. Everyone in this town knows how you served the Sir Belduke. Now you may continue your testimony. That's why I could never ever make an attempt in his life through magic or other means. You're claiming you had no reason to kill Sir Belduke? Yes, you can ask whomever you wish. I'm sure they will say the same. Objection! By Inquisitor Barnum's own words, witches need no reason for their actions. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you don't have a reason. Fuck off with that bullshit. Why am I the only one who has a reason to prove shit? That is so. It is widely known that Jean Grail was devoted to serving Sir Belduke. It's difficult to imagine that she could brutally murder her respected master.
Indeed, I am of the same opinion. I have visited Sir Belduke on several occasions to inquire about this piece of evidence or that, and I must say I felt there was a strong bond of trust between him and Miss Grail.
Do you still think you can come up with a motive? A motive? Jean Grail's motive for murder? She's a witch! I don't need one! Grail's risked a lot to conjure up a small portal in the wall. And then she killed Belduke. What motive did she have? Leave it for now. For now, leave it. I can't come up with any reason why Grail would want to kill Belduke. I'd better wait until I have some more information to go on. I think we've heard everything the witnesses have to tell us. We won't get any more out of them. Miss Speller? Miss Grail wouldn't kill Sir Belduke, but he's dead, and when you think about who could have killed him... Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Murder happened. Nothing's going to change that, but... was murder really the culprit's primary objective? What are you thinking about, Mr. Wright? I may need to consider some other possibilities after all. Rather than try to get any more info, maybe I'd better off changing my perspective. Well, I've been thinking. Maybe we've been making the wrong assumptions. Look, I was just doing that. What if Grail's aim wasn't to get Belduke out of the picture? Oh. You were just after the letter.
Hold it!
Let me try that. Let's try it. Let's see that then. Let's see if that works. That's an interesting one. It's one of the first cases where I'm not sure how the fuck or where the fuck it's gonna go with stuff. Suggest another motive. To be honest, I did not. I saw suggest a motive and kind of skipped over the middle one. I thought there was only two options. Suggest a motive. I read suggest a motive and leave it for now. Suggest another motive. I understand. The defendant will present evidence. Evidence to indicate Jean Grail's motive for murder? No. No. Wait, what? What's this about, Sir Blue Knight? Sir Belduke's life was taken that day. That is a fact. However, was this actually the culprit's true objective?
Objection!
What? This is nonsense. Sir Belduke was murdered. What other possible reason could there be besides one wanting him dead? I'm fairly positive this piece of evidence will lead us to find the culprit's real motive. Very well, defense. Present evidence to indicate Jean Grail's motive for committing the crime. This blank letter. It has to, yes, okay. Miss Grail had no reason for wanting to kill Sir Belduke. However, there was another incident that night, which is related to this case. And I have an idea what it was. Another incident? I'm referring to this letter. Sir Belduke wrote a letter shortly before his death, yet all we have here are some blank sheets of parchment. Fascinating. Are you saying maybe a witch used some kind of ink-removing magic on that letter, Mr. Wright? Oh, please. No, the spell used by the witch was, of course, Godor. Let's go over the state of the crime scene one more time. As we know from Miss Mailer's testimony, the letter was in a letterbox next to the victim's head. Ah, yes, it's in the sketch as well. The letterbox is on the far side of the shelf. Point of note is the location of that letterbox. Unbelievable. As Inquisitor Barnum seems to have noticed, the letterbox is within reach of the same small portal conjured by the witch behind the painting on the wall. Oh, indeed it is. And as Sir Belduke's butler, you would have known exactly where he kept his letters. Indeed, Master Belduke would always keep his letters in that letterbox before posting them. You mentioned no such thing. Why would I mention some random detail that has no bearing on the case? Exactly. Miss Grail, you created a portal with Godor. Not with the intention of killing Sir Belduke. You were after this letter, weren't you? But how did you get the letter out and then re-wax seal it? That's my question. That's merely wild conjecture. I didn't even know about that letter at the time. Nuh-uh. You didn't? Now that's very strange. When Miss Mailer came by that night, Sir Belduke was busy writing said letter. And that's when you entered, carrying a bottle of tomato juice on a tray. There's no way you wouldn't have known what your master was that your master was writing a letter to someone. And you could have known even more than that. For instance, perhaps you knew what he was writing about. That's enough. I served Master Belduke as his butler. I would never have pryed into his private affairs. Whatever it was he wrote about in his final letter to the storyteller. Boom, boom, boom,
Nope! It is of no concern of mine. Boosh! Your Honor? Yes, defense? I'd like Miss Grael's last statement to be added to her testimony. Any objections, Inquisitor Barnum? No, my lord. Bam. Very well, witness. Include what you just told us in your testimony. As you wish, my lord. Letty Mailer has never once broken confidentiality on that. That is the statement that you just contradicted. You would have known that. I had no reason to take his life nor steal his letter to the storyteller. I don't think I can present it because I don't have physical evidence, but I can press this shit. Let me get this straight. You didn't know anything about the victim's letter. That's right. I believe I have said as much already. Then, how did you know? How did you know it was addressed to the storyteller? Indeed. Why don't you answer his question, witness? It's true, this letter is addressed to the storyteller. But when did you find out about it? Because you never went into the to the crime scene after he was found dead. As a result, you could not have known about that beforehand. I have spoken about the murder with many people over the past 3 months. Yep. But you... Yep. You wouldn't have told anyone.
Hang on!
Hang on! Excuse me, Miss Mailer? Oh! Yep. Damn it. I thought I caught her off guard, but it's her screeching that caught me off guard. Is there perhaps anything you'd like to add to Miss Grail's testimony? No, not really. In that case, let me ask you a different question. Did you tell Miss Grail about Sir Belduke's letter? Oh, you didn't. I don't know. Do not beat around the bush, witness. Answer the question. If I may briefly interrupt. I am testifying right now. If you wish to question Miss Mailer, please do so once you have finished interrogating me. Aww, they're defending each other. Childhood friends, maybe? She's not going to let me question Mailer from the looks of it. And if she's so keen to prevent her from answering, this might be a critical point in the testimony. I've got to find another way of fishing for that information. Witness, continue testifying. Yeah. Sir Belduke was a wonderful man. He's the one who recommended me this line of work. He's the one who told me about this obligation. I've never once broken it. You, right there. The confidentiality obligation is a rule held among couriers, is that right? Yes, a courier must not disclose the contents of a letter, nor the names of the addresses, its sender and recipient. But I'll tell you confidently that, I love gossiping, bad-mouthing people especially, so I wasn't confident I could keep it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I was tempted to talk about this and that. I think that Belduke trusted her. But then Sir Belduke spoke to me. He told me this. Think about how you'd feel if in that person's place. And that got me thinking. I really like to gossip, but when it comes to being gossiped about, people's messages are their secrets, and secrets must be kept. Indeed, no one would want their letters to be publicly known. She's certainly determined when it comes to confidentiality. That's why she doesn't want to disclose the address of Belduke's letter. I'm not going to get it out of her. I promised Sir Belduke, and I'm going to keep it, no matter what. The promise, I mean. It's something I can pride myself on, right? Damn it. Grail may not have had a motive to murder Belduke, but what if she used that potential to the letter? Yes, I know that part. It's how do I go about... it's the fun part where we're at. You can get hold of the letter. It's feelings mutual, but I have to see it through. I've got to pursue the truth. Right.
That took me in. I had no reason. Let's go back here to the victim's letter. And how did you know the story address to the storyteller? I thought we were onto something there. Yep. How did you know? Alright, let's not go through Letty, because you immediately pull off from that. Okay. Everyone has been very kind to me. They've all told me all sorts of things. I must have heard about it from someone at some point. Well, that incident was certainly much talked about. Would you not agree, defense? Does her testimony hold together? No! There's a contradiction. Fuck's sake. There is a huge contradiction in Miss Grail's testimony. You are becoming very predictable, Sir Blue Knight. If there is a contradiction, I hope you have the evidence to prove it. I don't! Nope. Here's my chance. There's only one way to expose this contradiction. I can't present evidence. Nuh-uh. Nope. The defense has no intention of presenting evidence. What? The proof that there is a contradiction cannot be found in the court record. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? The professor pointed it out to me in the previous witch trial. In this court, an attorney's arsenal isn't limited to the court record. Each of the witnesses in this trial has given their own account of what occurred. Therefore, whenever one witness has testified, the other remaining witnesses have listened. Should one witness's testimony differ from another's testimony, then, well, I suppose that in itself can also be considered a contradiction, can it not? It's how you do with witness testimony with everyone, but let's just go on there. Juxtaposing contradictory testimonies from different witnesses is the key. Miss Grail? Your testimony contradicts another one that we've heard in this court today. That's one of mine. He was the one who told me about it. I've never broken it once. Objection! Objection? Look at this fella! It was a single word that gave you away, Miss Grail. What do you mean by that? The name of the recipient. There were only a few people who knew the intended recipient of that letter. 4 people, to be precise. Only 4 people. First was Sir Belduke, the author of the letter. Then there was Miss Mailer, who delivered it. And of course the storyteller, its recipient, as well as one other person. The one who stole the letter using a portal spell and swapped it with the blank sheets of parchment. The witch. Oh, Mailer, no, Letty. Maybe I did. Maybe I spilled the beans. About the letter, I mean. Maybe I told the butler. You did what? Well, because you see, me and the butler are sort of friends. And it was about our dear Sir Belduke. I feel like I might have told her about it after all. See? If I did that, then that's how she knew about the recipient, I mean. Objection. No. I understand that you are friends with Miss Grail and you wanted to help her out. But I've got a piece of advice, Miss Mailer. You shouldn't lie, even for a friend. Huh? Remember your testimony. You told us about the courier's duty to keep the details of letters confidential. And you have also testified that you have never broken that obligation, remember? Oh, Letty. But just hold on a minute. As the victim's butler, Jean Grail might have had a chance to catch a glimpse of the envelope. Objection. Nope. She wasn't there when it was... she wasn't there. No, she didn't. When Miss Mailer came with the delivery, Sir Belduke was still writing the letter. In fact, he was in the middle of it. And at the time, the letter had not yet been addressed. The next morning, when the body was discovered, that letter was already in the letterbox. Keep in mind that Miss Grail would have had no opportunity to see it then either. Is that so? Yes, you know she wasn't there!
She went to report the crime without even setting foot in the study. And then Miss Mailer appeared and retrieved the letter. Needless to say, Miss Grayle couldn't have learned the letter's recipient afterwards. Or maybe you have a good explanation, Miss Grayle? I'd very much like to hear one. Can you please tell the court how you found out the recipient's name? Mr. Wright? Yes? Do you remember what I said when I was called to the witness stand? Yes. At the heart of alchemy lies the pursuit of the rules of logic that govern nature. You have demonstrated the power of your own logic. Miss Grayle?
Are you saying?
Yes, I confess. The abhorrent witch who used the spell Godor to swap the contents of that letter, and who took the life of Master Belduke. It was none other than I. Wow. No breakdown or nothing. Oh, I love that. And it's Letty. Oh, Letty, sweet. Oh, someone give her a hug. Someone give Letty a hug. I was an only child, born to a poor family. I've been a witch ever since I was very little. I'm gonna cry! No, you can't make me cry for the fucking guilty! When did I become aware of it? I don't remember. Although I was but a young child, I knew that being a witch was a crime. That's why I hid my witch's scepter and wouldn't use magic at all. Oh, darling. My father worked as a bricklayer. He toiled every day, but we could hardly make ends meet. One winter day, we couldn't afford to pay the rent. We were going to lose the house. My mother was in tears, and my father was sitting with his head down, wordless.
I want money for Mummy and Daddy.
Oh, the goat! Oh no, the goat! No! No! No, 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 no! That day I suddenly remembered about the witch's scepter that I had hidden. Goldor spell. I thought I'd try it just once, casting the spell. But at the time, I had no idea what an irreversible mistake that would be. Even though no one told me, I knew from the very beginning what magic I was able to use. Oh no! What should I turn into gold? What should I turn into gold? I was thinking about it really hard, the little girl that I was. Something that wouldn't stand out, that could be taken for a work of art. Oh no. That's when I decided I chose a pretty leaf that had fallen into our garden. Oh no. You missed. You missed and you hit the goat. But it wasn't the right thing to do after all. I was terribly punished for using magic, even just once.
Punished, you say?
In what way were you punished? I placed the leaf down in the back garden and cast the spell, but then Margaret suddenly walked in front of me.
Margaret?
My closest childhood friend. Margaret. Right before my eyes, she was turned into gold.
Oh, dear me.
I screamed and I cried, but I knew I couldn't ask anyone for help. If anyone had seen, they would have known it was the work of magic. And I knew that Margaret wasn't coming back. That's terrible. Fuck. No. Then my mother and father's faces flashed before my eyes. We may have been very poor, but we were always happy together. Had I been captured as a witch, I feared my parents probably wouldn't be safe either. The thought tormented me more than anything. And so I made the decision. I decided to end my own life. Fuck. Holy shit. Fuck, man. Oh, fucking hell. I threw myself into the river near the town. It was winter and the water was as cold as ice. I couldn't even move. It was painful. My consciousness started drifting away. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Belduke. The next thing I knew, I was in Master Belduke's residence. He risked his own life jumping into the freezing river to save me. I burst into tears and told him everything. I didn't want to go back home. I would only end up causing my parents grief. Master Belduke listened to me without interrupting. And then he told me this.
You can stay here, but from now on, you must live as a boy.
Oh. God damn, this fucking hurts. Master Belduke met with my parents. I'd explained everything to them. They were very sad, but they agreed it would be best if I didn't return home. Poor Miss Greyhound. That must have been so awful for her. Master bought the house from my parents, so they wouldn't have to worry about paying rent anymore. Holy shit, a good landlord. That's the silver lining. Master Belduke is a good human being. Housing and the ability to be able to live a life is not something that should have to be threatened by your ability to work or pay money. It's a fucking human right to live and have a place to live. As for Margaret, turned into gold, he bore her to his residence. He knew that if anyone saw her, they would be reporting an incident of witchcraft.
And this Miss Margaret, is she still in that golden state?
Yes. Yes, she is.
That is strange. We have received no reports of anyone by that name having gone missing.
Margaret is being kept in the basement under Master's study.
The basement? Correct me if I'm wrong, but this Margaret, is she a...
Yes, my dear friend, was a goat that we kept at our house.
A goat?
Till then, Master Belduke had mainly been researching medicine, but since the incident with Margaret, he became known as an alchemist.
So that's when he became an alchemist. I was wondering why there was a goat the only thing not covered in dust.
Oh. That's how I started a new life as Master Belduke's butler.
Sir Belduke would sometimes work as a physician, curing the townspeople of their illnesses. As his assistant, you have also shown commitment to helping the townspeople through your work.
I forgot about being a witch. I was able to be happy, at peace with everyone.
Okay, I don't want to say this entire thing is a great trans allegory, but it kind of really fucking is right now, and it's really fucking hitting hard.
I thought I could stay like that forever.
But those peaceful days came to an abrupt end. Tell us, what in the world was the cause?
Even I am not quite sure what led to this. However, it all started 3 months ago with that lightning strike.
Yeah, I bet it did. I bet it did. And Sir Belduke saw it.
Master Belduke and I were on our way back home, carrying specimens for experiments. An old bell tower appeared in the flames. Everyone who saw it was stupefied.
But the expression on Master Belduke's face was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. What do you mean? His face went pale and twisted in sheer terror. He was shaking violently, and it was just astonishment. And it wasn't just astonishment at an unusual phenomenon. It seemed as if he was afraid of something more concrete. Perhaps Sir Belduke saw something that others couldn't. He cancelled his experiments for that night and began writing a letter to someone.
A letter?
Found out about it when I brought him his bottle of tomato juice. He was writing feverishly, as if he were possessed. I saw some things. A few words in that letter. Expose everything. Cannot keep this secret any longer. The truth about the witch. Oh no. Master Belduke is going to confess that I was the witch. Everything went black in front of my eyes. I will never forget that feeling. It overwhelmed me at that moment.
Is that when you decided to commit the crime?
What I did first was accidentally singe a part of the wall in my room. It was an excuse to repaint that section of the wall green. Then you also painted the wall behind that painting in Sir Belduke's study. And when that fateful night came, I used the syringe to inject a soporic through the cork and into the bottle of tomato juice. So many thoughts were running through my head. I wished Master a good night. I opened the portal behind him. He was right there in front of me, asleep. I reached for the letter in the letterbox, taking care not to wake him. And then I happened to notice the name on the envelope. Storyteller. I read that name. The world all around me turned black once more. It's impossible to avoid what's written in this by the storyteller. It seemed as if I could hear the doors of all escape routes shutting closed. It was the sound of despair. Yeah. I'd like you to believe me. That the thought of taking Master Belduke's life never once occurred to me. I only planned to steal that letter and then disappear. But as I looked upon Master sleeping there in front of me, in that moment, I felt an evil presence awaken within me. Why did he save my life? And why did he betray me? Before I realized what I was doing, my hands were clutching his neck. He didn't move at all, so I kept on clenching his neck. That's it. That's the truth about what happened 3 months ago. That's a fucking sad story. Fucking hell, man. Again, 12 Peggy 12. There is just one thing I fail to understand. Yes? You said you wanted to run away once you'd stolen the letter. Yet despite that, you continue to live at Sir Belduke's residence, and now here you stand. Why did you not run away? My life had been thrown into disarray due to the absurdity of magic. I had learned all about alchemy living at Master's residence.
Alchemy is concerned with the logic that governs the world. I wanted to believe that such things, that there truly was such a thing. So I stayed in that place, hoping to one day see the irrational nature of magic overcome by the power of reason. Magic being overcome by reason. That night, I swapped the letter with blank sheets of parchment and waited for the sun to rise. I resolved to wait for the day when my true identity could be exposed through reason and logic. Master's death remained a mystery for 3 months, and people started to lose interest. And then you appeared, Mr. Wright. On the day you visited the residence, I was listening to your conversation from the other room. Has the time finally come for me? My heart was racing with anticipation. Then, a few minutes after everyone entered that room, an unbelievable incident took place.
That incident?
A witch appeared in Master's study. What? I wanted to get a look at the witch, so I created a portal in the wall behind me, the painting. Precisely at that moment, Goldor. The witch used one of the very spells that I can use too. When I heard those words, a single thought flashed through my mind. This was my chance. I could dispose of my witch's scepter. I knew at the time what kind of a witch the Inquisition was looking for. A witch that can use Formalia and Goldor. It occurred to me that I only needed to change one of my magic gems. I had previously found out that the Formalia gem was purple. I realized that if I swapped the Goldor magic gem with my amethyst, I could pin the blame for my crime on the other witch. So you changed one of the gems and threw the witch's scepter into that room, is that correct? Exactly.
Objection!
Wait a minute, Jean Grey Earl. This statement of yours is highly problematic.
Yes, it is.
How so, Inquisitor Barnum?
Yes, you are right.
Can someone explain to me what this is about?
I am a witch indeed. A sinful creature that killed the person to whom she owed her life. However, regarding the gentleman standing next to you, Mr. Wright, he may have fallen victim to a witch, but that witch was not me.
Oh. Wait, what? Order, order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
Jean Grey Earl admits to killing Sir Belduke, but not to turning Sir Layton into gold. That is the gist of it, my lord.
But lying about it is meaningless.
Lying? Just being a witch is a crime in and itself. And the punishment for that crime is the same regardless of whether she took one person's life or two. That's why there's no point in lying about it. I'm sure that's what the judge is thinking. Grey is still claiming she never laid a finger on the professor. But if there's no point in lying, does that mean she must be telling the truth? So, in that case, who's responsible for what happened to the professor? If it wasn't her, then who was it? I don't know.
Mind if I say something?
Can you not see we're having a moment? Take a hint, witness. Does it feel like this is the right moment for you to talk?
Yeah, well, it's kind of why I was staying quiet until now. But either I'll say it now or never. I don't simply fall silent after saying that. It only weighs on my mind even more. Whatever did you want to say?
Oi, Bluey.
Yes?
I need to make sure about something. My head's not what it used to be, you know?
Yes?
The alchemist butler, lady butler, she slipped sleep medicine into his drink, right?
That's correct. She laced his tomato juice with it.
And then she strangled the alchemist afterwards.
Yes, Sir Belduke was unconscious from the sleep medicine, so he didn't resist. And that explains why we found no signs of a struggle at the crime scene.
Yeah, about that. I let it slip earlier about what I did at the crime scene, right? I told you that, I had a few sips of that juice.
And the sleep medicine mixed in made you sleep like a log. Yes, we remember.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. This is just between us, okay? You see, when I, appropriated that juice, the juice bottle was, well, it was still unopened.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, fuck. Man, why's this case gotta be so sad? It was unopened.
My throat was parched and I wasn't thinking straight, sure. And that brand new bottle was just there, waiting for me with a corkscrew conveniently laid next to it. I couldn't just let that go to waste, so I swiftly pulled out the cork and got to drinking.
What?
So, in case you don't get what I'm saying, the alchemist... he didn't have a single drop of the juice within that sleep medicine.
Huh?
But what?
Yeah, he didn't. Which makes this all the fucking sadder. I'm sad now.
Oh, witness, you
who went to the trouble of opening a bottle found at the crime scene just to drink its suspicious contents?
That's what I've been telling ya. I was dying of thirst.
That doesn't justify what you've done.
Objection.
The Inquisition shall deal with this witness after the trial. He will find out what it means to be dying of thirst in a more literal meaning. However, let us not waste any more time with him now. The witch has confessed to her crimes. There is no need to investigate Sir Belduke's death any further. She didn't kill him. Indeed, you are right, Inquisitor. Her role in the Sir Layton incident is not entirely clear, but a person who kills her protector, to whom she owes her very life, can be nothing other than a witch. The court has sufficient grounds to sentence her as such. Belduke didn't drink the juice that night. And if that's true, there's one thing here that doesn't add up.
Mr. Wright, I have to say, there's something about this that's bothering me. I'm sure there's a contradiction lurking in that man's testimony.
You think so, Luke? Can I really turn a blind eye to that? No, absolutely fucking not. We investigate the contradiction. We always do. Mister, you're saying you opened the tomato juice bottle. But that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence. What? Defense, I'd like a word with you. I love the voices. Peter the Pichu, of course. We're more than happy to do that. Some people have this as almost like telenovela thing on in the backgrounds for other things. So of course I'm going to put voices. Makes it more fun for me as well, because I like doing the voices. Defense, I'd like a word with you. Yes, Your Honor? At this point, your client's innocence has already been established. Therefore, whether there is a contradiction in this man's testimony or not should no longer be of any of your concern. That may be so, Your Honor, but even though I'm here to defend the accused, the true duty of any attorney is to uncover the truth behind what happened. My job's not done until there are no more contradictions left. Very well. Sir Blue Knight,
let us hear about this contradiction you have discovered. The bottle was first opened by that guy, meaning Belduke didn't drink any of it. That means there's one piece of evidence that should be very difficult to explain. The tomato juice isn't tomato juice. I would like to hear about this contradiction too. The defense shall present evidence. Where is the contradiction in this witness's having been the one who opened the tomato juice bottle? It's the fact that if you look at the details here, the contradiction can be seen in one of the sketches of the crime scene. In one of the sketches? Please, take a look at Sir Belduke's mouth. We can see a line of red liquid trickling down from his mouth. Yes, well, we've already established it was the tomato juice. Oh! Exactly, Your Honor. Sir Belduke didn't drink any of the tomato juice that night. Objection! Which means there's only one other possibility. That red line is as we first thought after all. It's blood. Sir Belduke must have tried to fight back from the assailant and bit his tongue in doing so. No, we know that's not the case either. Unfortunately, that would only bring us back to the problem we encountered earlier. Earlier? If the victim had put up a fight, then there should have been traces of a struggle at the crime scene. And yet, no such traces were found. We even have confessions saying that he didn't put up a struggle. That's what made you assume the witch must have used Formalia. Yes, that is so. As I explained before, Master Belduke didn't struggle at all at the time. But when I think about it now, in light of the new information, it was very unusual. Victim didn't drink the soporic, yet didn't struggle. But what does this mean? If it's not tomato juice nor blood brought about through the struggle with the murderer, then what else could it be? Since it's not tomato juice, we have to assume it's blood after all. Yeah, right. It's got to be that. Oh my. We have ruled out the possibility that the victim bit his tongue while struggling with his attacker. Indeed. Then there's got to be a different reason for that blood being there. He must have suffered internal bleeding that was somehow connected to his death. What could have caused it? Your Honor, if I may ask one question. A question? To whom? If I just clarify this one suspicion, I may be able to explain the blood shown in this sketch. That's why I need to question one person in particular. Oh, I don't even know what I'm fucking asking, but I think it might be Amir. Mister, can I ask you something? Yeah, don't give me that scary look, Bluey. No, nothing. Nothing at all. I've got nothing to tell you. If he is as innocent as a little lamb, but is his confidence more than a sham? He'd be better off without that, Bard. You drank the tomato juice that was at the crime scene, right? Don't keep asking me about that over and over again. So what if I did? Then, I have another question for you. Did anything else disappear from the crime scene that day? Like that bottle that we've constantly been bringing up. Nah, I didn't notice anything. Objection. Witness! Just what have you done this time? You look like a dog caught making a mess on the carpet. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know anything going to missing. I'm innocent. You please believe me. Truly, truth could drown in his swimming eyes. Some tell lies well, others cannot tell lies. Looks like my gut feeling was right. He took something from the crime scene. Something that could be directly connected to that red liquid in Belduke's mouth.
What on earth did that man steal from this crime scene? A certain item disappeared from the crime scene that day. And at this very moment, it's highly likely that this item is right in front of our very eyes. What? It's here. Isn't that right, mister?
Is it? I have no idea.
Defender, I order you to show us what this item is. The item that this witness took from the crime. What is the item that this bastard took from the crime scene? Well, I think it's fairly obvious that it's this bottle here.
Got it.
This bottle. It's this bottle! The bottle? Miss Grayle, I'd like you to clarify something for me. What would that be, Mr. Wright? Sir Belduke was working on creating medicines. He had various dangerous substances in his possession as well. How were they stored? Master kept them in a locked medicine cabinet. The bottles were labelled so that it was clear that they were dangerous. They have all been confiscated. And for those labels, do they resemble the label on that guy's bottle? Mister, what are you doing with a product of Master's research?
It's not what you think. I didn't have anything evil intentions or nothing.
That bottle belonged to Master, and it was used to store strong poison. Poison strong enough to kill. Poison? What? The red liquid trickling down Sir Belduke's mouth was definitely blood. Now, as for what caused him to bleed like that from his mouth, it was the deadly poison from the bottle that this guy stole from the crime scene. This is outrageous.
What?
Oh, meanwhile, poor Letty's still worrying about the fact that her best friend's a witch.
Order! 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you expect me to just keep quiet? It was poison! Poison? Am I gonna die? Objection!
Just wait and see. Time will tell.
Yeah, I guess.
More importantly, I want to know why you have that bottle.
Well, that's, remember I told you I drank the alchemist's tomato juice?
Indeed, it's not something easy to forget, especially having heard it several times now.
Well, that was when I saw it on the floor. This bottle right here. It was totally empty, and I thought, you know, it's such a fancy looking bottle and all. I'm a bit of a skull fancier, you see. They have this air of danger about them, right?
They certainly do.
So, since it was there, and I was there too, it felt like we were kind of meant for each other. I thought, this bottle's so classy, I could die for it.
Had any poison been left in that bottle, you would have died instantly. But if it was empty, it probably was harmless.
Oh, you hear that? I'm gonna live! Good thing I rinsed it well before use.
But if the victim was killed by poison, that raises a new question, of course. Who could have poisoned him? Considering all the evidence and the testimonies we've heard today, the answer is so close I can taste it. Sir Belduke was poisoned by himself. It was, of course, Sir Belduke himself. Sir Belduke himself? Sir Belduke took that poison of his own will. His death was suicide!
Objection!
That is preposterous! A suicide! Inconceivable!
Objection!
Think about it, Inquisitor. That would explain the most unnatural aspect of his death. The most unnatural aspect? Miss Grayle, when you were strangling Sir Belduke, he put up no fight whatsoever, is that correct? Yes, it is.
Until today, I was convinced it was due to the sleep medicine. It wasn't, because he didn't take any. The truth is, when you gripped his throat, Sir Belduke was already dead. He had poisoned himself. Man, this is a fucking Layton fucking... Genuinely, this is my fucking favorite Ace Attorney game, and it has been like 2.5 cases. This is amazing. I love this because it's got that latent storytelling where it's just like, and gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, sucker punch, gut punch. But would the poison have caused him to bleed from his mouth? I personally know of no poison that works instantly and causes such symptoms. Oh, you don't? I can't just tell them that it happens on TV all the time. There are certain plants in this area that contain a highly poisonous substance. In the course of his research, Master Belduke found a way to extract that poison. Why am I hearing this? Is there really such dangerous plants in Labyrinthia? The poison is very bitter to taste, so it would be impossible to secretly slip into someone's food or drink. And it would cause internal damage. It is a very powerful poison. Drinking it would induce a most painful death. To think Sir Belduke could... But... did Sir Belduke really choose such an agonizing death for himself? It doesn't seem like he suffered that much. I would like to know that too. Miss Grayle? Do you mean to say Master killed himself after exposing me as a witch? I cannot believe it. He just wouldn't commit suicide. Indeed, we cannot take such a theory at face value. Had he committed suicide, I dare say he would have left a suicide note. Yeah, he did. I can't say why Sir Belduke committed suicide, but I think there's a piece of evidence that can confirm his suicide was a possibility. There is a piece of evidence like that? Please tell me you didn't burn the letter. Please tell me you didn't get rid of the letter. Please do one of these stupid things. It's like I kept it sentimentally but never read it. But you didn't burn the letter. Please. Please, Miss Grayle. If you have such evidence, you ought to present it to the court immediately. Alright, and that would be the letter.
Take that!
That's Sir Belduke's letter. The last letter he wrote before he died. And if it was of his own volition, it would explain things. You could call it a suicide note. Let's see. It was addressed to the storyteller, wasn't it? This is the last letter written by Sir Belduke. Now, if his death was a suicide, then this letter may well be his suicide note.
Objection!
What we have here is nothing more than blank sheets of parchment. Whether or not there was a suicide note is something we can only speculate about. That's right. But there is one person who knows whether this letter was really a suicide note. You mean the person who swapped its contents? In other words, you, Jean Grayle. Witness, you stole Sir Belduke's letter on the night of the crime. Tell us, what was written in it? I don't know. What? You don't? I did steal the letter, yes. But I don't know what its contents were. You mean you have not read it? I couldn't bring myself to read it. It seemed that if I did, everything that had happened since Master Belduke saved my life be ruined in an instant. I've taken it out and held it in my hands many times, but no matter what, I just couldn't. Miss Grayle, can you tell us where that letter is now? Please tell me it's just like under that cravat, like right underneath there. I have it here. Oh! You're carrying it around with you? If you were searched, you would have been done for! That night, having killed Master Belduke, I decided to stay in his residence. I knew my identity would be revealed sooner or later, and I was ready for it. So, until that time, I decided to always keep the letter with me. My lord, yes, witness, if you don't mind, could you please read it aloud? Now that I'm here, in this place of judgment, I think I'm finally ready to hear what Master Belgic wrote.
Hold it!
No.
Miss Grey Earl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. How sad is this gonna make
I think
me?
you should be the one to read it.
Oh, this is gonna be...
Me?
This is gonna make me sad. I'm gonna cry more.
Sir Belduc wrote this letter to the storyteller as he was preparing to die. I think it's only right his last words should be read by you.
The closest person to him who tried to kill him. Sorry, I cope with sad and stress by laughing and making jokes, but I don't.
Yes, you're right. I see.
I wish I had a bit more of a down with it. Like, yes, you're right. I see. Like, just slow it down.
Please allow me to read the letter aloud.
Oh, what are we gonna hear? God.
My dear friend, I hope you will be able to forgive me for leaving this world of my own will.
Oh shit, man! I am definitely putting a goddamn trigger warning in the description on this. I might even I might put a trigger warning for mentions of suicide and such at the start of this, just because like this one goes really fucking into it, and for some people that might not be something they want to hear. So
having seen that accursed bell tower.
Oh, and you're gonna put his voice in there as well. I like the idea if, as she's reading it, she hears it in his voice as she's reading it aloud. Just to make myself feel fucking sadder.
What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it. For the past few days, I have been thinking that it might be best to simply expose everything. This town's secret, the truth about the witch. Of course, I understand that secrets need to be kept.
Okay, but
however, I have grown very tired. I'm afraid I cannot keep the secret any longer.
And this is...
I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter.
Oh, fuck, man.
It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world.
Oh, shit.
She probably doesn't think of me as her father.
Who?
A daughter?
Okay. Who else? The voice actors did amazing. They really did. They really did.
Mr. Belduc seemed to know a lot about this town.
Yeah.
This town's secret, and the truth about the witch.
Truth about the witch? Somehow I don't think he was talking about Miss Grey Earl.
Yeah. Oh no.
The second matter, weighing heavily on my mind.
I'm scared. I'm really trying to hold back, but I don't think I can because I know what it's going to say.
Is that Jean will be left
Oh
on her own.
no! Fuck, man! Yep.
Seeing her growing up, so strong and righteous, in defiance of her fate, had given me hope. A short while ago, she brought me my usual, and what will be my last drink.
That's painful,
There
man.
are so many things I wanted to tell her, but I could only manage a thank you. She was a very sharp child. Had I said any more, she would have caught on.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
You could call me a selfish man.
I could.
But I didn't wish my last memory of her to be a sad one.
Oh, sorry, I gotta do.
Master Belduc.
God damn it, man. It's not even the ending of the game. Layton game's not supposed to make me cry in the middle. You only cry at the again! The sandstorm! Oh no!
If the fate handed to her by this town has made her life an ordeal until now, I hope from the bottom of my heart that a wonderful
you can hear she's going there.
her next. I intend to leave my residence to her, and I would like you to look out for her.
Oh.
Alas, it is time for me to put my pen down. My dear friend, what I truly wish to express to you is too complicated for words.
Oh, man.
I hope one day you will understand, but for now I bid you farewell. The time has come for me to go.
God damn, that's just a really fucking good scene. And it's just that somber... I don't want to say like resolution to it, but it's this macabre sort of somberness to everything that I do. As if there is a weight and pain and anger that is just held, or was held, that's shaped into this hollow sound that's left. And that is where it's at. It's so good. Like, that's the way you look at energy and stuff. Sorry, I'm gonna do this as a side tangent just to try and distract me, but with like, when you do like monotone voices and things, it's not a case of there's... Yes, on the surface level, monotone is the absence of emotion, but what you are looking to put with that monotone is almost like an inverse. If you hollow, like, I like to think of it as like a flute or something. A flute is hollow, and you push air through it and things. All those emotions that you had before that burnt you into this monotone thing, it burnt your core to the point where there is just this hollow sound afterward. And that is what comes out. That's why it's usually lower. That's why it's usually got a lot of air to it. It's because of the fact that at the end of the day, that's what's... there is nothing rattling around, or, you know, any new emotion that comes through rattles around in there, and it just slowly seeps out in that moment. But he's not quite monotone on it and things. He's very reserved, and he's down in this thing, because there's a difference between monotone and doing that. It, like, that's where this energy goes in, and it's so very well captured. And the candle goes out because of course they want to make it fucking stylistic, you bastards. Yeah. Of course, none of this fucking matters because the crime of being a witch is what matters. So fuck this court, burn the whole fucking system to the ground. Said it last time, I will say it again. People do not deserve to face death for who they are. And Grey Owl, of course, is just gonna be, oh, just gonna burst into fucking tears. Yeah.
This letter, it wasn't a denunciation of me being a witch.
3 months you lived like that and you thought that you had that
Master
guilt.
Belduke cared about you until the very end.
Yes, how could I have forgotten?
Oh, god damn it, no! And then you had 3 months of living with this. It just makes it worse. Oh.
I'm sure I knew it all along.
Oh, they don't even put look at all of it
How
down.
did I? How could I have done that to him?
Oh, gee. It was fair. Fear does a lot of stupid things. It really, really does. Oh, it does. Miss Greyo. My lord. What is it, Inquisitor Barnum? I think it is about time. For the guilty verdict. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, you pricks. A-cab with a K. The Inquisition withdraws the charges against Maya Fey. Oh. And charges Jean Greyo with being a witch. All the evidence corroborates this accusation, and she even admits her guilt. Hence, the Inquisition asks that the witch be found guilty and punished immediately.
Objection!
Not so fast, Inquisitor Barnum! What do you want now, Sir Blue Knight? Admittedly, Miss Grail did attempt to strangle Sir Belduke, but he had consumed a deadly poison and was already dead at the time. Therefore, she is not guilty of murder. She's not being tried of being, of murder. And one more thing. It also wasn't Miss Grail who turned the Professor Layton into gold. That was another witch present at the crime scene. The defendant Maya saw her too. To put it simply, Miss Grail didn't kill anyone. Yeah, she didn't kill anyone. And yet, you still want to burn her? Maya, do you even know how it feels to be put in this cage? It's like everyone's against you, and it's super frightening. I'm not a witch, but I've been thrown into this cage and almost sentenced for something I didn't do. And now you're about to do the same to another person? That's just not right. Is that all you have to say? Huh? The one who is in the wrong is not me, but you, Sir Blue Knight. Whether the witch committed a crime or not is completely irrelevant. This is the witch's court. All witches must be punished by fire. But that's crazy. Why, Barnum, why? Inquisitor Barnum is absolutely right. Being a witch is a crime. You understand that, don't you, Miss Grail? Yes. Yes. Very well, then. The court is ready to issue the final verdict. Maya Fey is found innocent, and in her place, Jean Grail is found guilty of being a witch and shall be cast into the fire.
No! You can't!
Oh.
Hold it!
Huh? What do you want? Don't do this again, Espella.
Please, hold the verdict!
Oh no, Espella, don't do this!
What is it now?
Don't do this
Espella
again.
Cantabella?
Don't do it again. Don't do this again, please.
There is nothing else we can do. This is the course of things, and you should know it well.
And this is the story of a man named
All
Stanley.
witches shall be cast into the flames. That is the law of this town. A law that was written by your very own
Cosmic, my friend, salutations. You join us. We move. Guess what? I'm not going to say at the end, but because I don't know how much is left in this court case, but we've technically had a non-guilty verdict. We hope you find yourself well. What were you up to? What were you doing? We hope you had a good time doing so. If, of course, you do need to raid and run, then that is completely fine. Listen, near the end is better than the end. You know what? You're not wrong. But yes, for those coming in, welcome on in. We hope you had a good time with Cosmic. We are Ultrasonic Blur. We're being who's not from around here and things, just taking a peek in and seeing what's going on. This is Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney and things. What you need to know right now, this is a witch's trial. It doesn't matter whether or not. Yeah, Phoenix versus Layton, my beloved. It's this game has made me cry twice today, and it's not even the end. This is Emmy. This is the golden trial, the golden course. That one. We're just coming to the end of it, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
A law that has always
A
been
lot
obeyed
of
in
fun.
the town of Labyrinthia.
Yeah, just because it's always been obeyed doesn't mean you have to keep obeying it. Break the shackles.
Like this should never exist in the first place.
Yes, correct. No one should be. Yes. I know nothing about anything Layton related. Voice acting? I know there's. Well, okay, so it's not for the whole thing, okay? It's not for the whole thing. It's only just for, like, small cutscenes and stuff like that. I have had to do a lot of voices here, and it has been a hell of an emotional journey today. Also, yes, Professor Layton is currently turned to gold. Don't worry about that.
She's criticizing the storyteller's story.
Yes, don't worry about it. It's fine. It was a whole thing. He lost his arm as well. Yeah.
Trials in which innocent people are sentenced to death by fire. I shall make sure this is the last one.
Boy. But yes, as we said, Cosmic, if you do need to raid and run, then thank you very much for dropping everyone off here, and to everyone new in, we hope you enjoy your stay here. It's a lot of fun, and if not, well then, we hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may find yourself orientated within this universe.
What do you mean, Espella?
She's gonna do what she did at the end of the last trial. Spella, my beloved, I haven't seen you in forever. Yes.
You should know
I was about to say I made a hangout, but I'm getting called away now. No worries, Cosmic. Go do the things that are important and time critical and things. There's always the VODs. Oh, Great Witch Bezella burns. Yep. Yep, which you are still accused of. You are the only person accused of it.
I am under suspicion. You know very well why that is, don't you?
Because...
You?
Yeah.
You don't mean that you're,
I am guilty.
Holy shit. Have a good witch trials, team. Haha, yes.
I am the Great Witch Bezella.
Jesus. A speller would sacrifice herself, claiming that she's a speller, and then just end the story.
Cast me into the flames and let Miss Grail free.
Yeah. Oh.
Miss Cantabella.
Oh, she's crying
This
still.
shall be the last of the witch trials. No one else need be burned hereafter.
Uh-huh.
Espella, just what are you saying? I can't let you do that.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Wright, let me do as I wish.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but this is a problem concerning the people of Labyrinthia.
Oh boy.
Please don't do it!
Jeez.
There must be another way. You don't need to do this.
I will be honest, Luke's mouth constantly going to a smile whenever he talks is probably not the best thing.
Luke, Maya, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Layton.
The Layton's not here. I mean, okay, he was here, sort of. His form was.
Can't be happening.
Jeez.
Miss Cantabella. Your confession will have very serious, or rather, fatal consequences for you.
Yes. This is the longest cutscene we've ever had that's been done with voice, by the way, which is nuts. Uh-huh.
I am Espella Cantabella.
Yeah.
The storyteller's
Since when has Phoenix ever turned a blind eye to the truth? I mean, that is assuming this is the
But
truth.
I also have another name.
Yeah.
I am the Great Witch Bezella.
And here's the thing, a confession... This is a confession under duress. I mean, you know, I would argue this is a confession under duress, but that's just me.
I have lived hidden in the dark pages of my father's story, deceiving all of you.
Yeah, she's really putting on a show for him, ain't she? Oh dear.
Many lives have been sacrificed because of me.
Okay.
But that shall end today.
Oh, she's doing it with a smile as well. I mean, I know it's just her character model has just a smile, but that's not the point.
Seize that woman. She is the Great Witch Bezella.
Yep. Okay, that's... Okay. Where are we going now? Where are we going now? Okay. Put her in the cage now. Ah, so that's how they get them up there. I thought it would have been like a ladder or something. Oh, sorry, you pull the thing down.
Bella.
Anyway. Okay. And letting her do it. He's never allowed anyone to sacrifice themselves under the false pretenses and the way she's the Great Witch is there. We don't know. We have no belief that that's the case. Make for a weird last act. Maya? Maya, what are you doing? Maya, what are you doing? Maya? No!
Espella, this just isn't right.
Maya, what are you doing?
Nick, give me a hand.
What are you supposed to do? This is a fucking courtroom! Uh-oh. Yep, and immediately tackled.
Jump over there.
Yes, jump to a fucking candelabra!
Hurry!
They're getting away.
Just literally just run the thing back! Uh-oh. Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh shit! No, 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 no! Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh shit, in the panic, one of the knights just wanted to try and hit the thing. Thinking to just make sure they'd get a speller in there. What the fuck, Luke? Why are you hiding inside one of the defendants' tables?
Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Hold the winch! Oh, shit. Right. Yeah. Okay. Peanut, you're right. That sure was something. I love that they let it just go silent. They let it. Yes, play with silence. Use silence. It's okay. Right. That's a thing that just happened. What the fuck? I love this game. Yes. Okay. See, here's the fun thing. I've only played the first three. I've only played the first three of each of the games. Like, I know that, like, the Professor Layton... See, the thing is, I could still argue this is canon right now. I know that the next three Layton games are all prequels. I don't know anything about the next fucking Phoenix Wright games. Although I do know from the thumbnail artwork that I've made when I've been looking at that shit that Maya doesn't appear on it, so... Yeah! I can believe that, yeah, what's happening next time? Because, we're gonna end things off here for now. Yes. A taste of despair. Yep, no, yeah. Well, that is where we shall end things off for now. Next time, we shall come back here. Yeah, everyone's fucking... just absolutely depressed. But that's for next time, because for now, we're going to end things off here. If you'd like to see the continuation of this story, well, we will be continuing that on Friday, same times, same places and things. If you want to see that, then come be here. If not, on Thursday, we will be back for some Slay the Spire 2. May very well be our last one for a little bit. It really depends. I'm not 100% sure what we want to do, because we've got some other stuff we want to get planned in April to do, and that's one of the things we look at doing. I don't know what's going to be happening, but we'll figure all that out later and things, because for this week we know exactly how things are going to go. That said and things, and that explains a couple of things. Give me a second and things. We are going to go ahead and end off the streams here. YouTube, we go ahead and end you off first, because we got to go and do a Twitch raid and things and all that stuff. If you would like to come and be a part of any of that entertainment value stuff and all that good things, there's a very easy way that you can do that. All you'll need to do is come over to twitch.tv/ultrasonicblur. You can be a part of the raid that we go on and send you on further to wherever we can find at that point. But for now, we've been Ultrasonic Blur. Thank you very much for watching. We hope that you have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may find yourself orientated within this universe, and we'll see you next time. There we go. Quick edit in studio. Real quick before I forget, because we have to do this every time. Set it to private, because otherwise it won't, and that is bad. We save that. We save that. We save all that, and that's great. So do that, and now Twitch. Oh boy, we got some fun stuff. To those who are new in on things, if you do want to know what it is we're going to be doing, when we're going to be doing it, and all that other good stuff, well, there are some very easy ways that you can find all that stuff out. All you'll need to do... Wait a minute. Things that... Wait. Hang on. Almost ready. Almost. There we go. Right, yep, there we are. All you'll need to do is go... down below where you can find and follow some more information about when we're going to be live, what we're going to be doing, and all the other good stuff. But until next time, thank you to everyone who has found and followed us and stuck around on our stream. We hope that you stick around for our raid. But either way, thank you very much. I've completely... Sorry, I just had a complete fucking brain fart. All you'll need to do... Sorry, I need to do this in order, because if I trip up, I immediately fuck up. Sorry about that. All you'll need to do... is go down below where you can find and follow some more information about when we're going to be live, what we're going to be doing, and all the good stuff. But until next time, thank you to everyone who has found, followed, and stuck around on the stream. We hope that you'll stick around for our raid. But either way, we've been Ultrasonic Blur. You nerds have been a fantastic audience, and we hope to see you all next time.